Okay, everyone, welcome. It's, as I mentioned, it's so wonderful to see all of you. Welcome to our State Charter School Board meeting on June 18th. It is 9:05. Let's go ahead and, I do have wonderful notes, but I think I said everything that I was, that was on my notes, which is, of course, welcome to everyone, board staff, folks that are in the crowd. Our USB liaison, Brad Hall, if you're online, I haven't turned around, to our AAG Darren Goff as well, and that they might join. And of course, to everyone online, we so appreciate, your participation in our meetings. We're gonna go ahead and start, with the pledge, which I will lead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Great, and so today, for our board member thought, it is me, and more so just as we're making transitions and I just got a little choked up as we were talking about graduations and celebrations. It's one of the things I think that we do so beautifully in our charter community and within our schools, because it is, we just know we know our students so well, and we're so invested in their success. Not saying I know schools have that as a goal everywhere, just seems to be such a highlight for us and the work that we do. And with that, today is also going to be, it's a big meeting of transitions. We have two board members that are going to be exiting off, Vice Chair Olson and Member Bassett. Very emotional, I think, as I think about the time that we've spent together and really the powerful work that we've done. And we're definitely have more time to celebrate here shortly. I just wanted to share that and how grateful I am for everyone's time and effort. Again, I want to honor Member Biesinger. We'll have more time to share comments. It's also summer. I just returned from 2 weeks in Europe, where we did a graduation celebration trip with my family. We started in Paris, then we went to Brussels and Cologne. And I've been telling folks it was an urban expedition. It was like going to Mount Everest, but it's city style. Just navigating new ways of being, and also being dependent on each other in ways that you normally are not. And it was a great way for us to kick off our summer. And we were just talking about other plans that folks have. And one of the themes that we continue to hear is that summer is a time for, hopefully, especially in the academic world, that we spend our time to breathe, to refresh, and also to find your creativity and vitality. And so I wish that for all of you. And I think that we're going to get a chance to hear that in our meeting today. So those are my thoughts as of nothing too profound or anything about sourdough, which I know was a surprise. But I thank you all so much. We do have some public comment today. Debbie from your Great, awesome. Debbie, come on up.
Great, thank you. I think I know everyone here. My name is Debbie Llewellyn. I'm with the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools. I'm here on behalf of the association to say thank you for your support for our conference last week. We had some of your staff and board members present breakout sessions. Andrea, it was great to work with all of your staff. You guys had a booth set up. We just wanted to thank you for your support with that. I'd also like to let you know we received over 350 nominations for our Circle of Excellence Awards. And if I could just take 30 seconds and let you know the winners of those this year. The School of the Year was awarded to Monticello Academy. Board of the Year is Mountain Heights Academy. Charter School Administrator of the Year went to Lisa Irwin with Good Foundations Academy. Teacher of the Year is from Entheos Academy, Jenna Marshall. Our Business Administrator of the Year went to Nicole Desmond with Lakeview Academy. We had a few new awards. Rookie of the Year went to Grace Kruger. She works for UCAS. Employee of the Year went to Jennifer Parks with Advantage Arts Academy. Paraprofessional of the Year, because they're went to Lisa Fonseca with Promontory School of Expeditionary Learning. Volunteer of the Year went to Amy Nance at Winter Sports School. And we recognized two important legislators of the year, Senator Heidi Baldery and Representative Candace Frucci. We just wanted to publicly again recognize them for all of their good work and to thank your board and your staff for your support of our conference this year. Thank you.
Yes. I also just had been talking to some of my friends that are administrators in charter schools, and they were commenting what a fantastic conference it was, how much they learned. They felt the workshops were of incredible value. So thank you for making that space happen where we can come together and again celebrate what a diversity of different schools represented in those awards. 350 nominations, is that what you said?
There's about 340, 300.
Yeah, I mean, that's-
So it took a while to really go
Yes.
through with that and
Wow.
check with
Wow.
people
That's
that are
significant.
responsible, it was a lot of fun.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Great. Any comments from anyone?
I'll say, I've gone for years and years. Every year it's bigger and better. It's really valuable information that we learn in the breakouts. And
Yeah.
I think they really do take a lot of time to make sure that they're meeting the needs of our charter schools. And so it's something I look forward to every year.
And I would say thank you too for helping make it happen for board members. I know some of you had a chance to attend. Thank you so much for being there, for presenting the workshops. That's, not only does it help us in our relationship building, but it also allows us to share knowledge that we have and also give and then get back from others too. So I think you all know how I feel about conferences and that opportunity. So excellent. Okay, next we have our consent calendar. We have our draft minutes from the May board meeting. Again, Vice Chair, thank you so much for leading that. The April financial report, Beehive Academy Credit Enhancement Certification Letter, the online hybrid applications from Treeside Charter School, Wasatch Waldorf Charter School are also recommended for approval. So I'll be looking for a motion, or if anyone has any comments. Consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Great, well, I'm glad you could.
Thank you.
Glad you-
Sorry to be a
Oh
little
my gosh,
late.
don't even worry about it. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second? Great, thank you, Member Marshall. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes. We pass the consent calendar. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our executive director.
Thank you. Hey, so excited to be here in June. We're talking about being in education in summer, and it is a great time for conferences. It's a great time for learning, and it's a great time for preparation. So looking forward to this summer to do a lot of those things. And so in my report on the next slide, I'm going to talk about the charter conference, the Charter Association Conference, and our work on building relationships specifically with USBE, school visits and celebrations, and our new board members. And so first, I appreciate Debbie coming. I love that she would come and talk about the conference. I'm glad to see she has a smile on her face and she looks like she's energetic. Start planning the next one.
Yeah, that's right.
But it is such a big opportunity for the charters in our state to really get together. And like I said, I think I've been to every single one, and it's a great opportunity to get together and learn from each other and just build that community among charter schools. And we appreciate the the association for giving us that opportunity year after year, because it's a lot of work. So I just basically, wanted, as part of my report, to report back that, yet again, it was a great conference. And I counted myself, I put bigger and better than ever, 85 different breakout sessions. So as we look at the training and support that's provided to charter schools, there's a lot going on, teaching each other. We have a lot of charter schools that lead these breakouts and are sharing best practices with each other. We have experts from different organizations, institutions that come and also share of their expertise. And so it's just beautifully run. We're treated very well. We eat very well. And it's a great time to get together. And I just wanted to point out the State Charter School Board's involvement. We did have a booth, which was really the little time that I was able to be at the booth, and I appreciate staff for being there and greeting people. It was very busy. I was very impressed by the number of charter school staff in particular that stopped by and were happy to say hi to the staff of the State Charter School Board. We ran out of notebooks and put out a lot of cups and frisbees, which were a lot. So are also part of our training funding goes to this conference. So I'm proud to be a supporter of the conference. We also this year had our own breakout session to kind of introduce ourselves and to work on building our relationship with our schools. And so we spent kind of the agenda of our breakout was we had board and staff introductions. We did a Kahoot to kind of play with and remind each other of who we do, basically who we are, what we do, and how we support. And then we did a gallery walk with Post-its on, the big papers posted on the wall, and had a few questions to get some feedback. And I will say I was a little nervous. Who's going to want to attend this one the night before? But it was pretty much a full room. So I was pleased by that. In the next couple of slides, I just wanted to share some of the feedback that we received on our gallery walk, and it was very good and helpful. And we'll be using this as we make plans, particularly for next year. The first two, there were 5 different Post-its and 5 different questions we asked them to give us some feedback on. The first 2 were tell us about some things that you've already participated in that the State Charter School Board provides. And we broke it into 2 sections, charter trainings and charter supports. And so you can see here some of the different trainings that those who were in attendance in this breakout had participated in, and some of the supports that they have used before. And there were also notes of appreciation that were written on those Post-its, which were great to see. And so it was good to see, what they're already participating in. On the next slide, there were 2 questions about needs for support, specifically what kind of training topics and what kind of supports or resources do you need. And it was nice to see many of the things that were listed here are already things that we've been talking about and had identified as a need. But I think it helps us prioritize and make sure that we're meeting some of these needs. So I'll just go through with these director how-tos, which I think in our directors meeting, that monthly directors meeting came up many times as far as on things that directors have been already participating in, and wanting more frequent feedback, which I really appreciate this before there is a crisis. And so and that's something about being more proactive as the State Charter School Board, making sure that we have those relationships built and that we're tracking and watching what's going on in the school so we can reach out. And to me, it was great to see that they were saying they want this kind of support. They don't want to wait and hear from, they appreciate the support when there is a crisis, but let's get ahead of it. Storytelling and communications, compliance supports, data review support. So that's share the data that we acquire with them. Training for new board members is a frequent item to come up, and managing hotline calls, which I went to a breakout just on that. That was really good. I think that's definitely something that we can provide that'll be beneficial to the school. And even, what do you do to avoid those happen?
I not love that we had to do that, but just when I think about what the emails that we receive. And it. Yeah, just how to manage that and.
And I think there is, just from seeing those come through and having been a charter director myself, there's so much that can be done to avoid that level of frustration.
Yes.
That has to come to make with those
Yeah.
reports.
Hmm.
And so I think there's, we can gain a lot of ground in that particular area. As far as other supports or resources, performance review tool for board and executive directors, this was something that wasn't on my radar, so I appreciate this idea. I think it's a great idea of something we can provide as some maybe some exemplars for schools. Policy audit process, support to help our schools be compliant, more collaboration opportunities. And that is something that we've talked about and are looking at how we can get different schools in similar regions together, different schools with the same models, get them networking together and working together. And it was great to see that this is something that's of interest to them. New admin support and mentoring, which we provide and definitely want to continue to provide because it's very helpful and necessary, and help match like schools in Utah for support. And then the last question was about how to improve the charter environment in Utah on the next slide. And some of the ideas that they gave are here, sharing the good stories about our schools. A lot of this, like I said, is very validating. Like this is part of what we are doing and that we're planning to do. Help charter schools share resources. Create, yeah. We're ready, right?
Yes.
Creating ways for different schools to improve their relationships and work together. This was kind of a new one, creating a hiring pod, allowing for teachers to find charter open positions easier.
Ooh.
Reach out to new principals and welcome them to the charter world. And which was an idea that I was like, oh, I just thought of this just the other day of something that we can do to do that for the beginning of next school year. And then make a website that can help Utah parents choose the right charter school for their children.
Wow.
As we work on our website, I think that's
So,
I think it's we
Great.
provide information.
Yeah.
That's such a great approach.
just what great information and feedback that you received. And I also want to say, I loved that you used teaching methods in the workshop. So I know. So when you were like, and then we did a gallery walk, I was like, yeah. Because we want to always be modeling best practices. Because this is our business. This is who we are. And I just and then look at the valuable feedback that you received because you used really powerful practices.
Yeah.
No, it was
Love it.
very, very validating and helpful. And this is the information we'll be using this and some other surveys that have been put out that are very helpful to guide some of our planning for this next year.
And I love it, and I love the fact that even asking
Yes.
is sending a message
Yes.
that
I would
says
agree.
we want to help.
Yeah.
You know, just asking for that feedback. There's like, oh, they care about us. You know, that's it.
Yes.
Really awesome.
Because you have to be. I mean, it's vulnerable to be one leading a workshop with your peers. You want to do well. And then also to open ourselves up to feedback. It's much easier to not ask for it.
And I will say again, it was very encouraging to see the number of people that dropped by the booth and visited there that came to this session and were actually interested in getting to know us better. That was very encouraging. Okay, next on this next slide, this is a slide that when I gave 2 weeks ago, the Q3 finance report to USBE. I included this slide and wanted to kind of go over some of these priorities with all of you. And this is kind of an overview for a lot of things that we're doing, but also specifically for USBE. I will say I felt pretty good about the finance presentation. I was very nervous for my first presentation to USBE, but I felt it was well.
She did exceptionally well, and there were no questions.
So, which meant people were, they understood and it was clear and they weren't, there weren't a lot of concerns and we had some very positive feedback.
You. And so part of that was just helping identifying some of our priorities for strengthening our partnership with USBE. And so there are 4 things here that I'm focusing on. And one is to strengthen oversight, because I think with USBE, this is something that they're watching for, as they should, as part of their responsibility, and making sure that we're providing this strong oversight. And part of that is this ongoing work of review and align our authorizing practices as we have a new accountability framework, making sure that that's strong and that we have the data that we need and we have the processes that go along with it to support schools and to know what they need. Focus on student outcomes and financial health. That's really what USBE is looking for and are very strong indicators for us on healthy schools. Increased transparency, providing regular updates to USBE. That includes these financial reports, but I think it also includes being very generous with the communication that we have and the updates that we give, and be looking out for opportunities to share information with them and help them feel like they don't need to be wondering what's going on, that they know that we will come to them. Just like we want our schools to come to us if there's anything they're worried about, or if there's anything that we need to know, to give them the assurance that we will come to them when with the information that is important. And like I said, being generous with those communications. Share performance data and key actions to be again, that goes to transparency, so they know they can count on us to share the information they need to have in order to provide the oversight that they're responsible for. Next, enhance collaboration, establish regular coordination with USBE, which is something that I've been working on, establishing some regular meetings with different members of USBE that are key, and identify areas of shared work. And really what this means is there are a lot of, as I'm learning more about the systems, USBE has systems, we have systems, and working to make sure that those systems are coordinated. So our systems don't, cause problems within the USBE system, and that they see us as partners working together and coordinating our systems with theirs. I think will go a long way. Finally, align staffing and resources, ensure roles support core responsibilities, and prioritize effective and transparent use of funds, which is something, again, very important to USBE, and as it should be. So this is, again, this is one of the slides that I shared with them in the report, and a focus of mine in working with them going forward. Next, we have on the next slide, I just have school visits and graduations. We were all involved in different school visits. I just wanted to just point out 3 school visits that I was able to participate in over the last month. We had 2 first-year visits that Betty and I went on, which were awesome. Thrive Point and Virtual Horizons completed their first full year. And so we went to check in, see how they were doing, celebrate with them. And I try to think of little takeaways from each school that I visit. And Thrive Point, it was really interesting. And I just put the power of systems. And they have some very strong support at their school. And it is very obvious that they have systems in place that even in a first-year school, you could tell they were very strong in what they were doing. And that was very impressive. Virtual Horizons, really the innovation and creativity that Virtual Horizons brings to Utah and to our portfolio is pretty exciting. And meeting with them and, putting on bubbles and watching the kids do their work was an incredible experience for me. And just in talking to them, we're looking for innovation. We're looking to push kind of the boundaries of what we're comfortable with, and they certainly do that. And then finally, Weileman, we went on a comp visit there, and I'll tell you what, when we go on our comp visits, we go in the office and we have great conversations. And that are very helpful, but it was so fun and then we usually go on a tour. But the interesting thing that I loved about Weileman was we step out of the office and we walk through the campus, and I just put it as a hive of activity. So for a school that's a school of discovery, and it was like a Wednesday afternoon, it wasn't like a special day or anything. But there were kids performing on a stage, there were other kids running around just doing different activities and performances and projects, and it was just all this activity everywhere we went. And it was so fun to see that kind of active learning, especially in a school that's a school of discovery. They were living up to their mission right there in front of us in every part of the school that we walked through. So that was fun to see. And then, of course, our graduations attended. We talked about how exciting this time of year is to be able to see those schools and those graduates and to be a part of that. And it helps us learn more about the different culture of these schools as we celebrate this great accomplishment with them. Then moving on, a couple of celebrations I wanted to share. There was a celebrating 250 years of independence competition, and at USBE they recognized the awardees, and we got an email recognizing them. So I wanted to recognize the charter school students that participated. And this was art and essays around the 250 years celebration for our Declaration of Independence. And so art grand prize winner from Mazer Prep, Noelle McConnell. And then there were two essay grand prize winners from charter schools, Sakia Mohammadi from Utah International Charter School. I put a little asterisk to remind me to point out I actually met her while I was at the USBE meetings and had a chance to congratulate her, and it was such a fun opportunity to see her just to be able to celebrate this accomplishment in such an important arena. And then Advik Dehran, I'm sorry if I say that incorrectly, from American Prep. So it was fun to see some of our charter school students recognized in this way. And then Debbie stole my thunder, but I do have a slide here so you can see it in writing. But I did also want to recognize the Circle of Excellence winners, as the Charter Association does each year. These are big deals for these schools, and to have these recognitions. And part of it, they actually go to the school and they create videos about each of there's two you call them I don't know what you call them, nominees. There are two videos for each category they typically play, and then they announce the winner. And I'll say, having been at a charter school that has won a couple of times for different things, those videos are just priceless as far as being able to put out great information, because they're so well done. And it becomes something that they can use as a school to promote their school and their message. And it's gratifying, I think, individually and for the school, but it also helps build the school cultures to know they're being recognized in this way. And then finally, just welcome to the new state charter school board members. And I was great last week to be able to go and be in the Senate confirmation hearings with Member Pulsifer there. They did a great job. I'll be very proud of them. Got to get to know them a little bit. And then yesterday afternoon being there for the Senate floor vote. So that is all done. They're very excited. I'm excited to have them join us in August. We'll be working together with the governor's office. We're hoping to be able to do the swearing in the August meeting. And I will say, part of this, Director Fillmore and we put together kind of a prep meeting for the Senate confirmation hearing, and they joined us in a Teams meeting, and Director Fillmore was able to give them some tips and tricks about how to do a good job, and that was greatly appreciated by our new board members, and they represented well and felt good about it. Next step, swearing in hopefully in our August meeting, and we'll do a little prep orientation with them before that meeting so that they feel well prepared to just jump right in.
Great.
So, and then with that, is my report. Are there any questions? Or
Fantastic, great. I love the USP report, that was awesome, just awesome.
With graduations, did we, I think we might have represented, except for one, except for maybe you went to, I don't know if we got there, but
Yeah.
were we at every,
Um,
we have somebody at every
everyone
graduation?
we were invited to,
We didn't make it to UNT.
Yeah,
except for you.
yeah, I think that was the same day as a few others, and I remember I wanted to really go to that, but I couldn't, so.
We actually got invited to Vanguard the same day and Lisa was able to go that same day, so.
Yay, thanks.
Okay, great, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you to both of you for the work and especially on onboarding our new board members. And member Pulsifer as well. Thank you so much for leading that legislative committee to be able to just make that seamless, but also we were so thoughtful and intentional. So I wanted to share that because I know we've talked about bringing on new board members and looking for new board members, and we feel really excited about, again, the caliber of folks, but then also the experience that they bring. And that we had quite a few folks that were interested. So that's always wonderful to see.
So I could just, I spoke to Brooke from the governor's office yesterday.
Yeah.
And did she call you?
We saw you there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I talked to her yesterday on the phone
Okay.
and we talked about, I told him August is the meeting we would, because we wouldn't have July, so she was gonna get a hold of you and she was gonna try to have, Rich and I come, so she says, we usually try, does that work? And I said, yes, and anyway. So I told him you're the one to coordinate that with, but that's what we would want to do.
Yeah, we spoke after the vote. She let us in on the Senate floor so we could take some.
Oh, good.
pictures. She's great.
Good, well,
So thank you. Yes,
Mhm.
she told me that. So
Mhm.
thanks for helping.
oh, good.
Yeah.
So maybe I talked to her before the.
Sounded like it.
Okay,
Yeah, it was later in the day. so.
okay,
Great.
awesome.
Well, thank you both. Okay, we have next several reports, which I think will be just really helps us learn and grow and also connect to the larger work of what's taking place across the office. So first up, I'd like to welcome our team member, Ian Pace, and we're going to be hearing more about school highlights in relation to the innovation grant.
Yes, well, I am so happy to be here today. A couple of pieces of information that I attached to the board packet that I hope that you've had time to preview. We're not going to be able to go through all of the 27 schools that are part of the innovation grant program. That would take us all day, but I'm going to just pick 10 that we're going to highlight. Amber, if you'll go to the next slide. So just a little bit of background on this program. This is part of the school startup and innovation funding, and the grants were funded ranging from $10,000 to $50,000, and it was specifically to support creative and forward-thinking educational initiatives. And they were designed to help schools implement new programs, innovation practices, and curriculum enhances that directly impacted student learning. And the projects that we're going to look at today demonstrate this flexibility that we allowed schools to have, knowing that something that's innovative to one school might not be innovative to another. But just because they want to try something new at their school, then we were able to fund those projects. So like I said, we had 27 schools that participated in the program. I took a little bit of time to sort of break down by category the different types of projects that we had. The largest categories were student engagement and personalized learning, along with STEM technology and AI innovation. And each of those represented 8 projects. Family and community engagement accounted for 6 projects, while school climate and well-being and career readiness each included 4 projects. And together, these projects reflect a strong focus on improving student outcomes while preparing learners for future opportunities. And I do want to note that there's some overlap between, so that does not add up to 27. But some of the projects had kind of a dual focus, and so I put them in 2 different categories. The first school that we're going to look at, American Leadership Academy, they used an innovation grant funding to expand their K-6 robotics program. The goal of their project was ambitious. They wanted to engage 90% of students in robotics experiences. Through hands-on learning, the students were able to develop computational thinking, problem-solving skills, collaboration, and creativity. This project demonstrates how early STEM exposure can build confidence and interest in future technology-related pathways. From robotics integration, let's look at another school that focused on creating innovative STEM practices. Channing Hall's grant centered on developing a STEM and math lab space. As you can see in the photographs, they built a beautiful room dedicated strictly to their math lab and their STEM projects. This project supports deeper engagement in mathematics and science while helping students apply learning in real-world contexts. I was able to visit this school and see their lab, and the things they are doing there is absolutely amazing.
Wow.
They pull the students in from their classrooms into this dedicated space where they work on their projects and build all different kinds of interesting and creative things, and then they can go back to their classrooms so that the teacher that stays there and the equipment stays there in the room. Not all innovation projects focused on academics alone. Some address student wellness and emotional growth. We go to the next one. Itinerus Early College High School, they implemented an innovative PE and jiu-jitsu program. And this project combined physical fitness with discipline, resilience, confidence, and self-regulation. This project is a great example of how innovation can support the whole child, addressing both physical wellness and personal development. Super cool project. It allowed the students at that school to learn skills and develop a new way of thinking about how they look at their fitness. Another school focused on preparing students for careers in rapidly changing technology fields. Merit Preparatory Academy used the innovation grant to enhance their innovative media program. Students gained experience with digital production, media creation, broadcasting, and emerging AI technologies. These students come away from this program with actual career skills that they will be able to use that align with what's happening in the workforce. As you can see in the photograph, this is Jason Sheff, one of the experts that they brought into their school. He's from the band Chicago, and he visited the classroom and performed with students and teachers from the school, and the students ran all of the media production.
Oh my
They streamed it online. It was the coolest thing. It was so fun.
This meeting is so wonderful already.
Like I tell you guys that these projects are so cool, and I absolutely mean it. So it's really fun that we get to talk about some of them.
Yeah.
Okay, the next slide. All right, Promontory School of Expeditionary Learning. Their project focused on positive behavior interventions. The goal is to create a more supportive school climate while reducing disciplinary incidents by 20%. By establishing clear expectations, reinforcing positive behaviors, and building strong student relationships, the school aimed to improve both behavior and engagement. The project highlights the importance of connection between school and school culture and student success. Innovation also extends to supporting educators, strengthening professional development. And our next slide talks about Ascent Academies. They implemented an EdCamp style professional development model. This approach empowered the educators to collaborate, share best practices, and learn from one another in a participant-driven format. The goal of this project was to improve instructional practices and stronger student outcomes. Investing in teachers is one of the most effective ways that we can improve learning and experiences for our students. You can see in the picture that's Matt Winterton. He came and spoke as their keynote speaker, and then the rest of the day was devoted to teachers from the schools presenting to each other about innovative things that they're doing with, and especially in a school where they have that many campuses and that many high quality educators. This was a really great format for them. Several projects also focused on helping students prepare for future careers and certifications. St. George Academy's Pathways program helped helps students connect their education with future career opportunities. For those of you who are in the education field, the Pathways program is aligned with the CTE program. And it gives students specific skills in a directed program. Let's see. This work demonstrated how charter schools are helping students build meaningful post-secondary pathways. You can see the students are working on a computer. I don't know exactly what it's like a computer pathway where they'll learn skills in like computer coding. Community-based enrichment opportunities were another important theme among our innovation grant projects. Treeside Charter School expanded their learning opportunities through an after-school enrichment program. The project created additional opportunities for students to explore their interests, build relationships, and engage in meaningful activities beyond their traditional school day. It also strengthened their community connections and supported student growth in multiple areas. Programs like this help to create a more connected and supported community environment. You can see they had an after-school soccer program. They did a lot of things with art development and projects in those fields. Our final featured project combines an environmental stewardship with STEM learning. Mountain View Montessori, they built a sustainable future project encouraging students to engage in the environment. They built this platform and then a yurt that they erect as an outdoor classroom space. It's just right next to their campus. They also have a system of trails that go into the canyon. You can kind of see the canyon in the side of the picture. They designed a bunch of science curriculum around the use of the trail, the things that you see on the trail, and connecting with that outdoor space. One of the requirements of the grant, or specific, I guess it would be more of a constraint, is that you couldn't use it to build buildings. So this was really innovative thinking on their part because they built the yurt that they can erect or take down, depending on. This was a really cool project. I toured their school and got to see all of the curriculum that they developed. So, on our last slide, just kind of to wrap this up, these innovation grant projects demonstrate remarkable creativity and commitment to our charter schools. These projects create meaningful opportunities for our students and generate innovative practices that can be shared across the state. This fall in September, we are going to be hosting the first and hopefully first annual Innovative Practices Conference, one-day professional learning event here at the offices. Working with our contractor, Alton Education, we are planning a full day of 3 classrooms of all kinds of presentations. We're in the call for proposals section right now. So I invite all of you, and I will extend the invitation when our new board members join, to come, to present, to participate, to mingle with the leaders that are here, and just as we work to just build this really strong community of educators among the 2 schools. So now, do you have any questions?
That was my question. My question was, is there a way we can share this among our schools and among others, and then you answered it before I even answered it, so.
Yeah, it's gonna
I'm
be really
excited
fun.
about
I'm
that.
super excited about it. We will have a presentation to the board later next year as well, where they will come, some of the schools will come and present some of their work. So, and then on the report that I gave you, just so you have kind of an overview, there is a table that shows all of the projects, all of the schools, and then just kind of like a really brief summary of what their outcomes are. Most of the schools have completed their project, but not all of them. They had up to 3 years to use their funding. So some of them have spread it out over the 3 years, depending on what they are designing.
That was my question is, what is the kind of the ongoing after the grant?
That's kind of up to the
Hopefully.
schools. That's one of the things we've worked with Alton Education about, is thinking creatively about how you can continue. Some of the projects, might need ongoing funding, and we don't have that. This was part of funding that was one-time funding for the schools, but hopefully they have been able to see that value and can come up with some way. I know, like I was talking to Rachel at Treeside, they are applying for another grant to hopefully continue their project for another year without having to charge their parents.
Yeah, I love the idea of the share out
Mhm.
and just collectively identifying some of those best practices
I love this sharing.
and those could be some critical pieces that could
Mhm.
help maybe drive some initial,
Yeah.
hopefully funding to
Yeah, I hope so too.
perpetuate that. That's great.
And I would like to see, a next level where we somehow open it up to district schools to
Yeah.
also.
I think inviting USBE and district schools to the showcase. would be
Okay.
A good
Yeah,
first step.
I definitely, I can.
I
know
think
that.
that would be really great to start opening that up.
I think that's a great idea. I also, maybe that's one of the trainings that we can offer or embedding. So we know if they're moving out of the 3-year cycle, maybe in, year 2, we offer a grant writing workshop or how to transition your project from one grant to another. I mean, I know some of our schools have folks embedded, or if they're working with an education management company, but often I think that those grant writing skills or knowing even where to find the grants. I think we could support in that way, especially for these projects that we know that they want to continue or grow. Amy, thank you. I mean, I can remember, and Crystal, I mean, we can remember when we had the conversation about your position. And that it came from this is exactly what we wanted to see, is really how do we help facilitate just the innovation and creativity that we know that can happen in schools. And to your point, Stacy, about the reviews, those 3 schools so different. And I can remember just the pushback we received about Virtual Horizons. I mean, whether or not and we all could say that that's an incredible opportunity to see what it could look like, as well as maybe totally shifting what a school day looks like. We have schools doing that right now, or the way that our families, and I say our kids, they're all of our kids, but our families are engaging in education. And I just, I love what we see, everything from that beautiful STEM space. I kept thinking, if you build it, they will come, right? I mean, that is a huge part of it, and providing the opportunity for those kids to be in a space like that. And then jujitsu and right, and building that you all know I love that, but just, I think, it's just, I'm so excited to see when our schools are provided the opportunity and the space and the support to think that way. And again, that we share this across our state. We really, as I was thinking about it, I mean, Utah is poised to be such a leader. We are, but even more so in the charter space, in the way that we engage in charters and just the charter process, but also how we're supporting that type of innovation and growth. It's really exciting.
Can I add to that, Chair?
Yeah, please.
I always I'm obviously a statute nerd, but.
This is why you're such a good, yay.
I love going back to what the Utah legislature has told us we need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I love this. This is right in the statute, 53G5-104, purpose of charter schools. The purposes of the state's charter schools are to enhance school choice, meet the unique needs of Utah families, and encourage innovation within the public education system. It explains how we do that, but to Susan's point, I love this. Our job is not to innovate simply for the sake of the students in our charter schools. It's to encourage innovation within the public education system, and this program that you've been driving, Amy, thank you. That is accomplishing it, and to finish it off by finding new ways we can encourage this innovation throughout the public school system. That's a part of our job as well. So I'd love to see that continue to happen. Fantastic.
It's been an absolute joy to work on. You've heard me say it a million times that it is so much fun to work with the schools, and they are so good at what they do. They can identify needs in their communities and then go about it in really interesting ways to solve those problems. So I picked 10. Honestly, I picked 10 that I had good pictures of. Because they're all such interesting projects and they have all done so many different things that was really important to their school community.
You know, to go along with what Eric said, I remember it's been a number of years, but I was in probably a legislative, maybe an interim meeting. I don't remember, maybe even Lincoln remembers, I don't know, but the chair of the education committee said charter schools were supposed to bring innovation and, you know, to other district schools. And he said, so, and I don't even remember exactly who he was asking. I don't remember who was at the table. I don't remember that, but he said, so can you tell me some things that they've brought? Silence. Nobody had anything to say. There was nothing. So this is just great.
It's a good reminder.
Can I ask a question? I guess this is such a thing to celebrate. I'm wondering about how maybe Amy or Director Hutchings, how you feel, like, what does the next chapter or 2 chapters look like? What do we need as far as additional resources? How can we accelerate this? Yeah, I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts there after being so immersed in this.
Funding is always going to be an issue. I think we can universally say that that is something that helps schools, but I'm really interested to see the work that you're doing, Nate, and maybe it's not going to be you fully, but the idea that we can take some of the things that we've learned and incorporate it into that resource center, I think that there's definitely some lessons we can learn. And I think building the community has been a huge focus of what I've worked on over the last couple of years. I know the schools are great. Sometimes I think the schools don't know that they're great. I think that they're on their little island and they're working really hard every single day to make sure that the needs of their students are met, and they don't see that they're doing something that's really cool that we could use in lots of different schools. So I think just as we strengthen the community and then start to build those bridges, and it ties in with some of the things that we're doing, like with the mentoring program and the leveraged ed people. And I think all of these things work together to strengthen the community and show that the things that we're doing are really impacting students so that it can go out to, you know, other LEAs. They can take some of the lessons we've learned as well. I think the resource center is going to be really helpful though for that.
Are these grants federal, state,
So
private?
what I understand is this was some of our carry forward money that we were interested in, you know, spending that down and getting the money into the schools rather than it just sitting in our account. We funded just over $1 million worth of projects. Most of the projects were at that 50,000 level, not all of them, but nearly all of them. So, but that money's gone. So,
Okay.
how we can be creative, or the schools can be creative about finding other grants or advocating for future money. It's the money thing. It's just always the money thing.
Is there a way though, I mean, if it's $50,000 for a school, that's a number, but I'm just wondering if you've talked about collaboration. Are there, you know, would school F look at what school A did and think, gosh, we'd like to borrow some of that or use some of that, and maybe they just fund it internally? But is there a dashboard or mechanism for that collaboration to happen right now?
There's not a dashboard or anything. I think through the charter directors meetings and then through some of the meetings that we've had with this innovation cohort,
Yeah.
schools have been sharing their best practices. I would like to see more of that. But I don't think we specifically have like a dashboard. All of this is housed on UCAP, and schools can see what other schools have done for their projects, but
I think a lot of times too, for example, I mean, the showcase is such a great opportunity to invite other schools too. And, you know, as we talk about including USBE and district schools, I mean, right there, we can share a lot. And I think just finding different opportunities. I mean, we now have a really great report that we can share of the great things that are going on. We just make sure that it's included in a lot of the communication and the reporting that we do. And, you know, we looking at some of the needs that the charter schools have said, that they would like to have met is, you know, creating those networks, building those connections. And so I think through showcases and making sure that part of these programs include a part where that information is available to the schools and they know where it is, and that we can help facilitate some of those connections as we're working with schools and they're letting us know what, you know, what their goals are, what they're trying to accomplish, what their interests are in innovation. We can help kind of match up, pair up some of the schools to work together and learn from each other. I think there's a lot of opportunity right here. And I think what I'm hearing, and I definitely feel, and I appreciate you pointing out the statutory language that, you know, as we look at priorities of things that we want to provide support and training in for our schools, this is definitely an area that there's an expectation that we lead out in this area. So as we look at ways to use our funding and things that we want to try to acquire more funding for, I think this would be a priority.
That's exactly what I was thinking, is that we can work legislatively to request funding, so we can be a conduit for this type of innovation. Because we've already demonstrated that we have the ability to do that and do that well. We would just like that, we'd like that funding to be able to do more of that. I think that's a great opportunity. And it also comes, you know, it's not like we're, I don't know, I was to say, it's a very proactive way of looking at asking for funding. Future forward.
That's right. And as Member Pulsifer said, if we go to the legislature and ask them for money, they will say, tell us what you have done to encourage innovation within the public education system.
That's right.
You want this money, what have you done to accomplish this? So we've got to be able to put up.
That's right.
One other thought, there was a study, I think it Roselli he was Arizona, to provide kind of a framework or model that maybe we could look at providing some insights on mission alignment, as well as where innovation has been successful. And the study kind of just looked at the concept was isomorphism, but it was also talking about how, you know, charters in the collective space, how are they innovating? Where are the successful areas they're innovating? How is it driving? That study was primarily on enrollment, but also just the collective success of just the innovative space. So it's more looking at the landscape. And I think it's kind of what you're talking about, Member Beesing. There's just kind of like a dashboard, or at least a lens you can look at of these are the charters, these are the missions, you know, these are the areas of focus, but here's how they're innovative. And here's some of the kind of key areas of success where people can kind of look to and say, number one, this is where the success is. But number two, as a parent, gives me a place where I can make a decision on what's best for my family or my student.
Yeah.
And they can say, okay, you know, that does align with my mission. That, you know, that aligns with my values, or that aligns with what I would like as an outcome for my student. And so might provide just kind of a general framework.
I would just love to harness the collaboration that could happen from this, right? So many ideas generated from this presentation. And I just don't want it to be a secret. I don't want this to be, you know, our best kept secret. This should be yelled from, you know, any microphone we can get. And what I mean by that is just, it would be nice if I think schools do well at what becomes on their radar. That's been my experience. Charter schools do really quite well in most cases at what they're, you know, what's put in front of them. Students tend to do well at what they're presented and they prepare to test for. And I just would love to move this innovation component forward on our platform and put it at the forefront of our schools' minds, because I don't know about all of you, but I suspect you're similar to me. When you see ideas, your mind starts turning about, oh, we could borrow that from there and that from there and create this over here that's unique to us. And it's not a matter of copying and pasting what one school did and that's a perfect fit for you, but you can borrow bits and pieces of that. And that's how I see innovation happen, is you take these steps on the shoulders of others and you customize it to what really fits for you. So I'd love to develop just kind of some infrastructure, or be a part of developing the infrastructure that just creates this exchange of ideas. well, of course, we'd love to get more money. I guess we can talk about that in the time ahead, but quite frankly, some of our schools could establish a priority and commit $50,000 to, you know, to something that really moved the meter. Like, that's not an insurmountable total for a school.
The
to-
school land trust, right? So even thinking about how we help schools to frame that shift or have, because the application's a little bit different, but that is a great use of funding and that pool continues to rise and
Yeah.
what schools are receiving.
I actually think that doing that and help sharing that idea too
Mhm.
is really helpful and really huge, and with legislators and
Yeah.
so on, helping them to see that, you know, we could use some money, but we're also doing this way, and we found ways to.
And I'm not sure what folks were talking about in the crowd, but to remember Biesinger's point, Amy, as you were sharing, I could see you all sort of like whispering to each other. And I know what school you're with, and then when that year came out, you know, or just like those kinds of things, or getting ideas immediately, right? To your point, that's the beauty of humans and how we work together in that collective brainstorming when we can be inspired by others. So,
Yeah,
well,
great.
you can see, thank you, Amy. Thank you for adding this to the agenda. I'm so glad that, and really for your incredible work in preparing this report and for those highlights. You can tell we're really excited about this and continuing to support this work.
Well, I'm excited to share about it. So if there's things that we can do to promote the message, I'm happy to work on it.
Well, we're excited to hear more about the conference.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, we're gonna keep rolling through, folks. We have our next report, just about our comprehensive reviews, and we have our team member Brendan McGinn who will be presenting. It's great to see, and it's great to see you all and highlighting your work at this time of the year.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for giving me a little time to chat about our work for the school year. I think I want to make clear that I'm speaking, but this is a team effort. I'm grateful to our staff for helping support these reports, and I think you'll be happy with what you see today. So on the next slide, just to give a little bit of background, the comprehensive reviews are guided by both legislation and USBE board rule. And they establish both a 5-year review time period, and then also the specifics of what the comprehensive review looks at, which are the academic performance, financial stewardship, enrollment, charter agreement review, and then governing board performance. And just as a quick clarification, in the past, the governing board performance was very compliance-based, but we've broadened that to suggest that the governing board performance is actually the other things, the academic, the financial, enrollment, and the charter agreement, as well as compliance, and all that comes together to evaluate the board's performance. So these are the schools that we reviewed in 2026, and this is going to come up one at a time. So there was a 5-year review for Advantage Arts Academy. A little asterisk there in that they actually were the first school to have the 3-year review, which was a new piece of legislation a number of years ago. And because we reviewed them a little after their 3rd year, this was not a visit, but just an update of the data for their 5-year review. Just a quick note there. The 10-year review schools were Athenian, Greenwood, Roots, Terra Academy, and Vanguard Academy. The 15-year review schools were Canyon Grove, Good Foundations, Maria Montessori, and Weileman. The 20-year review schools, Da Vinci, East Hollywood, Itinerus, Moab Charter School would have been evaluated, but it was actually included in Athenian. So the data for Moab was put underneath the Athenian comprehensive review. North Davis Prep, New Ames, Ranches, some of the counties, Walden School of Liberal Arts for the 20-year review. And then for the 25, these were the first schools for the 25-year review was Pinnacle, Soldier Hollow, and Uinta River. And just for clarification, it wasn't an evaluation of their 25 years. It is still the 5-year time window, but just acknowledging how long these schools have been.
Well, this.
That's really good. I know.
So,
It's amazing.
Uh-huh.
yeah. So, just as a brief review of the process itself and just I think this is pretty self-explanatory, but there's the internal staff review in which we look at their charter agreement, the publicly available academic, operational, financial data. We also collaborate as a team to go over any historical knowledge or interactions that we have with the school. And we create that first draft, which includes a preliminary SWOT analysis for the school. That draft is then sent to the school and we set up a collaboration meeting in which we meet with the charter school board chair and director and other leaderships if they feel it necessary. So oftentimes there'll be a human resources or a curriculum director or a SPED director will also join us for those meetings. And the point again is for collaboration, understanding context and support. I think if I had to summarize, our SWOT analysis process is very good. You do a good job of capturing the schools. But sometimes we don't fully understand the picture, and that's why those meetings are so important. A lot of important aspects of the school are not found in publicly available data. And so to go and sit with the school and understand what's actually going on inside the school is an important part of the process. And then the third part is we take all that information from the school site visit, all those communication and notes, and we add that to a final document, which includes some narratives to give a little bit more context. And then we send that back to the school and then start to discuss how we can support them through SESP supports. I wanted to focus just a little bit on the SWOT analysis itself. So the SWOT analysis, we try to stay within the guidelines of what is in board rule. I think you can kind of, things to get a little bit complicated if you're talking about all the different strengths and weaknesses and opportunities for a school. So we try to keep it within those 5. What are the strengths related to academics or enrollment or whatever it might be? And then we produce that SWOT analysis, and I have just an example that'll come up on there, but nothing to read there, just an example of what that looks like. And this actually is the primary source for our conversations with the school. You know, there's lots of data in the 30-page report, but this is where we spend all our time talking through. And so I wanted to give kind of a summary of what I thought were the strengths of the cohort. So of the schools we looked at in 2020, school year 2026, some general strengths. And I have asterisks by each one of these next few slides just to suggest that this is general. There's exceptions to this, but this is what I saw. These are some of the notes that I wrote most often. And so just to kind of give you a kind of a high level picture of the strengths of the schools. And the first one actually, I think, really ties into your previous conversation. So I'm glad I wrote this earlier in the week because it really ties into the innovation concept. And that is the fact that the schools that we looked at this year, those 21 schools, really had different innovative models. And so there wasn't a lot of repetition in the models. And that's not always the case. Sometimes we have a cohort in which we will look at 4 or 5 or 6 schools that are just focused on classical education or whatever it might be. But this particular group really had a wide range of models and missions. And also these schools had evolved over time to meet the needs of their schools. And so, Amber, I don't know if you could go back a couple slides to that school list. I just want to drive home this point here because if you look at these schools, and I'm sure this was going through your mind as I read them, but you have schools dedicated to arts, early college, Montessori, online, hybrid, dual language, serving special, I don't want to say vulnerable populations, but you had schools like Roots and East Hollywood, which are focused maybe on more non-traditional or students who need a little additional support, native culture with Uinta River. So just bringing that point that this is I would say going back to your point earlier about innovation in schools, this probably is a good example of how State Charter School Board has brought innovation to schools through this list. Sorry, can we go back to that other one? So a couple ahead. So, and so then that second point is that those schools are meeting the needs of a very diverse group of students, families, communities. Overall, the schools listed had positive enrollment trends and metrics, increasing retention, not as much transfer rate. So positive across the board. Growth outcomes on summative assessments still is a strength of the portfolio wide and also in the schools in 2026. I put down early literacy improvements. This is something that was noticed in a lot of the elementary schools, is that there's been a rise in early literacy scores and proficiency and students making adequate progress. I think this is statewide, and I think this has to do with legislation that was passed and some of the training, but I just wanted to acknowledge it, that we're seeing it in the charter schools as well. The school leadership, lots of long-term serving directors and board chairs. We had quite a few board chairs who opened the school and had been there for 10, 15, or 20 plus years. And then lastly, overall, and again, there are exceptions to this, but overall, the 2026 group had solid management of their finances, compliance, and legal requirements. The support of CMOs was huge for those. All those schools benefited from the support of their CMOs. And so generally speaking, there was very few issues related to those three requirements. In terms of weaknesses, I wouldn't say punted, but there was not a general repeated weakness that was identified through the schools. There were schools that had weaknesses in academics or finances or whatever, but it wasn't a repeating pattern, so I didn't feel it was necessary to put here. For opportunities, generally speaking, the number one opportunity was for schools to update their charter agreements, and there's multiple reasons for that. Some were outdated, and some just had the school had evolved since the wording in their key elements or mission statement or whatever. And so it was the right opportunity for the board to reflect on what that charter agreement means and to perhaps use the new template that's been created to update their agreements. There was lots of discussion about leadership development programs, including peer mentorship. I mentioned there's some long-serving directors, and we wanted to engage them in supporting other schools, and that's where that mentorship program comes in. And then there was some new directors or directors that could use additional training, and so we offered that as well. And then the last two were repeated themes because schools, generally speaking, told me the same thing, that their best marketing is word of mouth. And while that is really a valuable source of new students, what we have found is that it doesn't reach a broader community. And so a lot of times groups of students may be underrepresented because they're not made aware of what certain charter schools offer. And so I think that's an opportunity that goes portfolio wide and certainly applies to the schools that I visited in 2026. And then the last one is just the math outcomes. I think this is just a standard statement that probably applies to all of Utah, but the language arts has improved. Science is generally fine across the portfolio, but math outcomes certainly would probably be academically the one subject that is in need of support or improvement. And then the last threats, the only threat that was repeated and commented by most schools was competition for students and high quality teachers. Some schools had students, but they had a hard time finding high quality teachers. Some schools had great teachers, but they were struggling to find students and so forth. And there's just a lot of competition in the public education space right now. And then the last one was the supports, and the two supports that we wrote the most this year were to support and collaborate to update the charter agreement, and then also provide leadership development and collaboration opportunities. And then just to summarize the year, 2026, we did 11 schools in the fall, and all those drafts are ready to be added onto UCAP, and Amber's been excellent getting that ready. And then 10 schools in the spring, and all those drafts are just in the final part here to finish up. Next year, we'll do 12 schools in the fall, including the 25-year review for City Academy, 10 in the spring of 2027, and then just some goals. We would like to be able to add a section that focuses on the charter fidelity component, meaning how is the mission actualized in the schools. That is not something that we're including in a data-driven way. We want to build up the SCSB systemic supports. So for example, if we identify something that needs improvement or support, then we have something that fills that gap, a system in place. And then we want to continue to improve the communication about this comp review process and the results that we see. So that's a summary of this year in our work.
So fantastic. And I did hear from a few schools that they really appreciated the process. And just the comprehensive nature of how they were being asked to look internally at themselves, and then also those supports that were in place. Just wanted to come. Questions, comments,
I have a couple.
please?
Well, Brendan, thank you. It's hugely important. And I know it's a team effort, but maybe you're the tip of the spear some of the time here. I have just a couple of questions about this, and then so on slide 11, under strengths, positive enrollment trends and metrics were listed. And then on slide 14, under threats, competitions for students, high quality teachers. I think that's like true. I think that's kind of going on in the state, right? Depending on kind of what, where you are and what's going on. What for this cohort of 21 schools, what is, if you don't have this right at the tip of your finger, but I'm just wondering about enrollment data. Were some of them down? Were some of them up? What overall?
I'm not going to give exact numbers because I'd have to look, and I'd hate to say something that's incorrect. But in preparation for this presentation today, I did look back through the data. And generally speaking, most of the schools presented are stable or increasing.
Okay.
There's exceptions to that, but generally speaking, when we look at these schools, and even additional, I say that there are some schools that are stable. And that's intentional because they felt that they wanted to serve about that many students. And so they're purposefully capping themselves when they probably could grow. That's where they felt comfortable with their enrollment based on either space or capacity of staff or whatever.
Okay, thank you. My other couple of questions have to do with maybe just staff. Do you have a sense of how many combined man hours go into kind of one of these reports for school?
I would have to do some thought and figure out how much time goes into one of these reports. And I have to probably report back to that. That might be
You're doing it kind of 2 a month, roughly. I mean, I know it's not that perfect.
over average, yeah. Yeah, so it kind of, I think I've mentioned that it's in seasons. So we have our
Yeah.
fall season, the spring season, so to speak. And so it kind of breaks down into first drafts creation, collaboration with staff, school visits, notes, and collecting all that information, and then final drafts and review, narratives, editing, publishing, and all those things, and then that's done. So all of that together, I'd have to go back and think that through. It's a lot.
And I guess where I'm trying to go with this is bandwidth.
Yeah.
I'm always concerned about
I know,
bandwidth.
yeah.
I'm particularly concerned about your bandwidth.
Yeah.
And you don't have to answer in front of us right now. I don't want that to be awkward, but my sense would be we may need to think about more bandwidth in this area in the future. You don't have to agree with that, but that would be my thesis subject to the, scientific method.
Yeah.
Can I actually just remark about that. I
Yeah.
agree with you. I think if I were to look at, if there is a place where we need an additional FTE, it would be in this area. And just because I think you can say it better than I will, when Brennan and I were talking a little while ago, he had, besides bandwidth, there's, would you explain why it would also be important to, in this kind of position of oversight, to have more than one person?
Yeah, I think that is an important aspect, I think, of your question, is that as it's set up now, it would be nice to have additional eyes to review and make sure that the statements made reflect both what was said in conversations with the school and then also reflective of the data. And sometimes I think in any oversight situation, when one person is doing, collecting of the data, the conversations with the school and the final reports, I think there's maybe a need for different perspectives to have a chance to.
That's a great.
And kind of a check for each other, to have, two eyes on it, collaborating and discussing. It's a heavy burden of oversight that he carries very well. And so I would say, yes, bandwidth, but also just the idea of having two people looking at it and
Makes sense.
working together on it, instead of just one person carrying that whole load. I think there's wisdom in having two and just one.
I mean, I think math would say pretty quickly, this is gonna become closer to 30 schools per year.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you divide 150 by 5.
Yeah.
And so, that's, 21 to 30, that's a significant jump. It's a third more. And I just don't think we can get behind in this area. If we really are gonna tell people, we're a lab of innovation, but we chiefly are we authorize with support and oversight, effective oversight. We just can't get watered down here. And
Agreed.
I don't critique your work at all. That's not what this is about. I just want it to be, I want you to continue to be sane and also just have it be good, not be overwhelmed so that it is compromised. And so I agree.
Just kind of to add to that, back at the December, January, we were reaching out, talking to individuals and people about what our charter board needs to do, and in the changes we were looking at, what we're doing well. I had at least one charter school identify you and what you do as one of the best things that we do. So I think that plays into the fact that that's important and that we're doing well, but it's significant and it's important. So.
Can I speak to that too? As a school that went through the process, it's been a couple of years, I think, but very reflective. And maybe to add to this conversation, we kind of approached it similar to an accreditation visit. And so you look at your finances, you look at your academics, and you look at the comprehensive, I guess, health of your school in a way. And the thought that I had when you were talking, and it was a question that I was going to ask, for accreditation, it's a collective effort with other school administrators, right? So when you go to a visit, other administrators come with you to provide input and evaluation of the school, right? So maybe a thought would be, as charter directors, to better learn what schools are doing and the best practices that are out there. Maybe a similar model where, whether it's collectively us
Good idea.
or collectively school directors that are in training or the year before reviewing what the outcomes are. Because my second question would be, and for us, it was good because we were able to evaluate our school. And then I always want to know, and then what are we going to do about it, right? So what's the what? And maybe adding that next layer, kind of similar to accreditation, which I know we're going to have we have the dashboards now and some of these kind of accountability components would be super, super helpful.
Love that.
Yeah, and as school director, it helps me be self-reflective, but it also helps other people learn from us. But it also gives a so what, now what, and kind of return and report
I like
to it.
that.
So
I
Yeah.
Great idea.
It asks people to do things voluntarily, because that's how the accreditation process works. Asking directors to come and serve on these things, but I think it'd be a good,
Well,
something to consider.
but I think to your point, like with accreditation, we like to be on accreditation teams, especially the year or so before we go through it,
Right.
because it gives us an insight on how to prepare our school better. It's just also as a school leader, it's a great process to go through because as you do it, it helps you become a better leader and a more thoughtful.
Yeah,
in the way
I will
you-
add that it wouldn't take much off of your plate though.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, it would help the evaluation process, but I don't know that I'd still think to your point, I think there needs to be whatever that support looks like.
Yeah.
This, I think, would just give a little bit more clarity on the process.
That's great. I like that. That's a really good.
So, I think that's worth exploring. And we will check back in with you just about the potential of adding, that FTE and then what that would look like. And we really appreciate your feedback. I think those questions are really important. You know how much we support you. And I think because we're building relationships at the same time, makes me think about, we think about some of our largest high schools in the state and the school counselor has a load of 350 kids to one school counselor. I mean, how can you provide that kind of level of support and relationship building? We just know the capacity in which one person has. So by helping that, it really helps us tap into multiple goals that I think that we have as a board.
I think it's important too, because I feel like the momentum here will be towards getting another FTE.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I do think we have to have a data supported
Yeah,
ask, so
agreed.
it would be good to try to, I think, quantify the hours that go into this and
Mhm.
map that back. I would love it to be an overwhelmingly obvious
Yeah,
need. And I think that will help our cause with the USBE and the legislature ultimately.
Mhm.
Cause I just kind of feel like this is the next hire, maybe. I wouldn't even be that prescriptive. I don't know where the date will be, but I suspect charter school enrollment will be up again this year. That would be my sense of it. And we want to stay on top of good quality oversight and make sure it's collaborative and so I think if we can do some work there too, that would be important.
excellent. Well, thank you. So appreciate you and your work and the report. Are folks doing okay? We'll take a break here in just a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna continue. We have two more reports. Our next one is with our director, Lincoln Fillmore, which is really exciting to hear about communications and engagement.
All right, let's see if I can make this work. All right, thanks. Good morning. It's good to be here. I'm gonna get a drink.
Good start. Hydration's key.
So, we've talked a lot about before, we're, like, we are ourselves as a team, so this is a team effort. I'm writing some things, but, presenting this as the director of communications, but, I could not have done, what's presented here. We could not have done it without a team effort. So just want to thank everybody. I'll highlight some specific things as we go. But here's our first of what we anticipate will be quarterly communications reports. So we'll just highlight, just a couple of things in these categories, right? We really have tried to improve communication and relationship building. We've had, the director Hutchings has talked about that previously, but again, just as to go along with the team effort. We're, as a team, we're trying to improve relationships with our schools, with our stakeholders, and so we'll provide some examples of how those things work. So initially on the communication side, we started here by re-engaging with the board's social media pages. If you guys are not following the board on social media, please do.
I thank you. I am on social. I own it. I mean, I have it in control.
I own it.
but enough to know that I've seen that, I've noticed that, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, great. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that you've been able to see that. Those have been dormant for a while. The board had not used its Twitter account since 2023. And that is not the best place to reach schools or parents, but it is a really good place to reach policymakers. They are on that website a lot. So anyway, that took a while to get access to, as you can imagine. But again, one thing that we're would try to change the culture is to be a team, right? So there's just not one person who has access to something. Anyway, we had to re-engage an old email address and have it forwarded to a new place, and
Yeah.
we were able to, reestablish passwords and things like that. So we've got access to that now. We also regularly post on Facebook and Instagram, and also on UCAP, which I think was a directive that came from you, as it was communicated to me. So, as we work with Amber, she created a page for news and events that happen in charter schools. So, as a general rule, what we post on social media, we also post on UCAP so that it's in multiple places and people can see it. And we hope that sends people to the UCAP website. We've started sending out like updates of all the meetings that happen in the government to Utah's charter school directors. So they're now getting monthly summaries of the State Board of Education meeting, of every committee meeting. The legislature, they'll have a summary of this meeting as it goes. Our goal is to try to, I'll get more into detail about that. I have a whole slide on that. We were able to place an op-ed from Director Hutchings. We sent it out to you when it was published. That I think that turned out to be really nice and a positive thing to do. We also sent that out to policymakers. We also give that USBE report that Director Hutchins talked about. So I won't talk about it today, other than to say it's a good example of the team coming together. We had several meetings to try to get the right message across, get the right format across, and I'm glad that worked out really well. Again, it was a team effort. So to do the work that we're supporting schools in, we're trying to communicate with them very more frequently with more useful information. These are just kind of some categories that we're trying to work on, and most of that happens just through email communications. But we also did do the class on school communications at the charter school conference. We've been specifically engaged on policy. I'll highlight the CTE discussions about that specifically. For a while, this individual charter schools, led in part by member Marshall here, have been working on trying to get charter schools to be more active and to have CTE funds and programs more accessible to charter schools. And so engaging on that side, we brought together a consortium of Nate and some charter schools and the director at USBE over this program, and key state legislators that we hope and who committed at that meeting will, to run legislation about this, to identify the roadblocks that currently exist. And there are several that just make it as if this was designed to keep charter schools out. It couldn't have been written any better. For example, but that's also true of small school districts that are facing the same thing. So I think we'll have allies here, right? But even a large school district like Jordan School District, we find out in that meeting that Jordan School District is interested. They have one CTE center. They'd like to build a second, but the law forbids it, because the only way that you can get funding for it is if the one center is comprehensive. And so what stops charter schools from putting together a consortium and having different centers at various schools within transportation distance is the same thing that is stopping Jordan School District from being able to build a second center for their population, right? It's like, sorry, you have to offer everything at every location. And I mean, that's just dumb. So anyway, we've identified things like that. There are also problems with like a cap at a minimum. So charter schools just really have not had access to this pool of funding, and in an environment where more and more kids are interested in technical education, and policymakers are more and more interested in recognizing that we've been under prioritizing technical education. So I think we've got an opportunity. So that was some things we were able to work on by bringing the right people together. And I expect that we'll have legislation that will pass this year to address those problems. We also were working on early literacy funding. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on that because I have a whole other slideshow about that. But again, I just want to highlight from an engagement standpoint, we really are working to try to bring schools together. So we invite them to meetings. We've had a series of meetings both online, and we had our final one at the charter conference where a lot of people were. We just gathered in a room, and we'll talk about the results of that at a separate time. So I joined the Utah Schools Public Relations Association. And I've heard afterwards that once, when I reached out and said that I wanted to come to their meeting, then the rumor started that charter schools have a new PIO. It was so cool. That stands for Public Information Officer, which we're talking about. So charter schools have been totally unrepresented in this space. And again, this is part of the process of getting here was on purpose to try to integrate more into public education as a whole. So the charter schools were not seen as separate from public ed or as the redheaded stepchild of public ed, but we are working together for the benefit of all the students in Utah who are educated under different models. So that was a really great meeting to be able to network with other district level communication people, and state government communications people. So it's a method, venue to share best practices, to spitball ideas off of each other, and it's very good. Annual membership is $75. And then at that meeting, they talked about now that the charters are here, we'd love to get together at a charter school space to be able to hold that meeting. They just kind of rotate amongst the various school districts that do it. So we'll be able to invite that whole group out to be in a charter school next year.
That's awesome.
And then we also had just a lot of engagement with board members and with Superintendent Hart. Director Hutchings and I have talked about, like, let's set up a monthly meeting. I don't think we've been able to make that happen on the calendar yet. And the summer is probably not the best time to start that because people travel to their conferences and things, but
I would say it's not like scheduled monthly,
Yeah.
but pretty much.
Yeah.
have it monthly.
Yeah. So I'm also working on communications infrastructure, and I've got a piece of that to show you. If you could pass those down. Here's the first chapter of what will ultimately be the State Charter School Board's communication library. So here is a media relations playbook. So that if any of you are ever contacted by someone in media, it can happen randomly, right? Because they'll say, oh my gosh, the charter schools are in the news. So I'm going to a website and I'm just gonna start calling numbers on that list. And so, I mean, they'll probably start with the chair, but if she's not available, you'd get a phone call. And when that happens, here's a little book to help you about how to respond. So we're trying to keep this short, digestible, formatted, so there's a lot of bullet points and things like that, but it's just good media training about what you can say in your role as the school's authorizer, how you might work out about that on news that affects the charter school board versus news that affects the schools that you authorize. So anyway, that is step one. I hope you enjoy reading that. It's keep that, dog ear it, or it's in the G drive in the communications folder of the board whenever you need it. So we'll be working on several other guides that those are kind of listed on your page here. We have an authorizer communication guide that'll be done very shortly, and then we'll work on these other things. What do you do in communicating when there's school closures, who you're communicating with? Like that, okay? We'll also have one on your public meetings when the public is present, how to interact with them effectively, which I hope will be a good training tool. It's just kind of an evergreen resource as new board members cycle in and there's new leadership explode. So for the next quarter, we're going to be working on expanding this communications library. I don't know that we finished everything that I want to have in there by the end of the next quarter, but I feel like we're making a good start. We'll continue those policy updates to the schools. We've had very positive feedback from the schools about those.
that have come through, which I really appreciate having those. We've tried to promote school success stories. We've collected social media pages, information from the different schools, so we'll be monitoring those and trying to share those out. At the this class that we taught at the State Charter School Conference, we talked about how schools can use the information they have to tell a good story. So we'll also be building eventually a school communications library that will happen at the board communications library. You look for an update that several quarters from now. Again, we're continuing to advance that CTE discussion. We're going to implement the early literacy project support. We've got a presentation on that that's coming up shortly. And then we're just going to continue to work on developing strategic partnerships under these core objectives, right? We're going to try to tell the charter school story in Utah, keep the schools informed about what we're doing, bring stakeholders together to solve problems, and really build productive partnerships with all of the stakeholders in our schools. So I think that's concludes my report.
Fantastic.
Can I think we're so tickled. I'm just gonna say Lincoln, or is it?
Lincoln's good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive report. I think, I think I'll just speak transparently. After the last 6 months, we know that you're settling into a position that is still taking shape. I really appreciate this because for us, we're able to see this in action, the conversations that we had and what we had envisioned, your position that you are in to look like. And I think I am so grateful and also excited to see as this will continue to take shape. And I appreciate everyone in this room, your flexibility as we are learning that. And it is already very clear how much we need this and just these points. And I know we've talked about having something like this and something so simple, but something so profound. That then opens up more conversation and training and opportunities for us as a board, for our school community. So I mean, I was teasing a little bit about the social media, but it makes a big difference. I'm not necessarily on Twitter, X, left that a few years ago. And though I've definitely noticed Instagram, I've noticed Facebook, I've noticed, and I also look at the comments, what folks are saying, how it's being shared outside of our group, right? So it's very powerful for that because that also helps us tell stories and help schools tell their stories. So those are my immediate feedback thoughts. Yeah.
And you know, I've had an occasion the last month to speak with members of the state school board and state legislature, and I can tell a difference. You know, I think it's all of it. I think there's a lot of things, but I can tell a difference. There is a different attitude, and it's really positive in both cases from what I was hearing a year ago.
Yeah.
It's really good.
And if I could say too, I mean, there's so many ideas that Lincoln has just taken and it's run with. And that's why I was like, oh, we have got to make sure the board knows what's going on and is seeing all the different new ideas and fresh approaches and connections and collaboration that are being developed, yes, as a team, but with Director Fillmore's leadership. Definitely, I was really excited to have you share all the things. I mean, just 2 months, it's pretty incredible what's already happened. And like you mentioned, you know, I think definitely a quarterly report, because it's going to take at least a quarterly report to keep you up to date on all the things that he's doing. So it's very exciting.
Great job. I think this is.
It's helpful for us too, because we don't, and we appreciate the conversation because then it helps us to continue to think about what does this position look like? How will this continue to unfold? What are our needs? And I think that will definitely continue to take shape as we move into the fall and definitely in the spring.
And if you weren't able to attend his session,
Really.
I'm now an expert on dental work for the rhinoceros side. And it's sort of everything. It was just framing up a story and changing somebody's perspective about an organization based off a single story. And that was kind of the premise of it. But it was really powerful. So, yeah.
Excellent. Great. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Okay, we have our last report, and this is on cybersecurity training with UETN and Troy Jessup. Thank you for being here early too, and wait, but I think you're only 4 minutes behind, which I wasn't sure how that was gonna play out,
Let
so.
me see if I can get you back on schedule.
Oh, no, and no pressure, no rush. We appreciate you being here today.
No, it's absolutely my pleasure. I'll just quickly reintroduce myself to some of the board members and introduce myself to others. My name is Troy Jessup. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity for the Utah Education and Telehealth Network. We're the organization that provides much of the connectivity for the charter schools around the state of Utah. So that's how you get your internet connections and other things. And so I've worked at UEN for about 30 years, come with a lot of deep experience, mostly in cybersecurity, but also in network operations and things like that. So as we go through, if there's questions that you have, I'm happy to engage with you to whatever degree that you would like detail and information. But really, the purpose for my being here today is mostly to talk to you about some changes that happened in the last legislative session that are going to impact charter schools, and also some opportunities that are coming down the pike, as it were, for cybersecurity and such. So is there a way to share slides that, or do you have?
Yeah, because this slide deck is on point. I'm looking at it right
I
now.
did make it artistic
You
and
did.
fun. It's even charter school branded, but we can proceed without it if it's not technically.
We just had to download it.
Oh, yeah, it's probably a big document, yeah. Anyway, so while that's happening, I'll at least jump to the first slide, just to keep us on time. In this last legislative session, there were two major bills that impacted cybersecurity for education. Senate Bill 123. And and House Bill 44. So yeah, there we go. Those are some gorgeous slides, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you can go down to the next page there. That was just the cool intro slide. In fact, go to the third one. So there's two bills that impacted. The first one, let's talk about Senate Bill 123. This much of this role historically. We are merging essentially a lot of our security capabilities and offerings to the Utah Cyber Center and providing a lot of these cybersecurity services. And I'll get into some details here in a minute. I know that kind of leaves things vague. But one of the other really important things about Senate Bill 123 is it established funding to fund a 4-year program that put $28 million into cybersecurity initiatives to be administered by UETN and out of the Utah Cyber Center to provide all sorts of tools and services for establishing cybersecurity in place. If you go to the next slide, let's talk about House Bill 44. This one's one that will have a little bit of a broader impact, I think, long term. House Bill 44 establishes now some minimum cybersecurity standards that LEAs must follow. And so it outlines several of those in the bill itself. If you want to look at it, this is used to be House Bill 44. That bill wasn't making a lot of progress, and so they put it into House Bill, or sorry, if I said 44, I meant 42. House Bill 44, if you want to look at these standards, they're line like 1400. So you have to go down quite a ways to find them in that bill. But what essentially it does is it requires now LEAs to have a minimum cybersecurity standard compliance.
Some of the tools and services that we're gonna be talking about in a minute will help with that, but it will require the LEAs, the charter schools, to do some of their own uplifting and compliance types of things. It also establishes a requirement to report breaches for cybersecurity issues and incidents to the Utah Cyber Center. And it better defines some of the roles and responsibilities of UEN, the Utah Cyber Center, the State Board of Education. But it didn't specifically name this board, which maybe we can ask them in a future revision to include you all as part of that as well. You go to the next slide. One of the key components of what we're establishing as part of this funding and our capabilities are 3 support tiers for cybersecurity administered out of the Utah Cyber Center. There's a tier 1 support where we will provide out of the Cyber Center licensing for major cybersecurity tools. And this is what we call endpoint detection and response tools. Anybody need clarification on that? These are the types of tools that are like your antivirus types of tools. It's an agent that gets put onto a computer and it can detect when things are problematic, wrong, or otherwise. And so now from your normal charter school can go from having to pay for some of those services to having those services provided for free, but it also includes active monitoring. Think alarm system monitoring for your home, meaning that now instead of it just happening and nobody gets that alert or whatever, this is something that's actively monitored, and it can be monitored in that support tier by the charter school themselves, or if there's a tier 2 requirement, the education security services groups, the Cyber Center can actually do some incident response, especially when those things are happening outside of normal education windows. When somebody's staffed there, 2 o'clock in the morning, a server or something starts doing something weird, there's an opportunity to pull a lever to maybe slow down or stop some sort of cybersecurity attack. The last tier that we'll talk about here is one where I think that a lot of the charter schools might need to be. And this is a support tier that we're providing that actually puts a lot of the responsibility for response to cybersecurity incidents on the Utah Cyber Center. And so this is an option to allow, instead of you having to rely on local folks inside of the charter schools to be able to respond to cybersecurity incidents and such, this is something that the Cyber Center could actually be in charge of. These are free services based off of that funding, and there's a lot of devils in details and things like that, meaning that in order for a program like this to be effective, the software and everything else needs to be properly installed and managed. And that's something that the folks at the Cyber Center or my team there wouldn't be able to go out and do that for every charter school. We still rely on local IT assets and things to help manage some of those things. But I'll pause there. There's a little bit more, but I think that talks about an opportunity that the state is now providing to really make a difference in providing and monitoring for cybersecurity issues. But the next couple slides will talk about some challenges and some of those tools. But any questions about the program currently? Okay. Then let me just talk about a couple more detailed tools. So I talked about endpoint protection tools. Those are available as of right now. We're actually providing managed detection, which I kind of mentioned as well, which is somebody else, specifically it's a cybersecurity vendor for that tool, that endpoint protection tool, that can actually do that initial response at 2 o'clock in the morning and those kinds of things. And then the other tool right now that's being rolled out is something that helps with patch management. This is keeping all of the systems and services inside of an individual school up to date with the latest patches and mitigate cybersecurity vulnerabilities and things. One of the challenges that we have, UEN has provided cybersecurity tools for many years. And the charter schools seem to be one of the hardest for us to engage with because as designed, they're all pretty much independent. And so there's a lot of calling different people and trying to coordinate and tell this same story that I'm telling you over and over and over again to help communicate some of this stuff. And so one of those challenges are, if you'll proceed to the next slide, I just want to outline what our challenges are in making this possible. Limited IT resources that you have out in the charter schools are a big concern for a program like this, or even if you aren't considering joining onto a program like this. What we see through our cybersecurity assessments, audits, pen tests, and other things that we perform, that there's a lot of concern about the management of IT resources in charter schools. And getting those services, if we were to participate in some of these programs, to all of those devices and get all of those machines kind of shepherded into this management and monitoring kind of capability, is probably going to be quite significant. And we would need some help or some recommendations from this body here to make that work. One of the other challenges that we have is that many of the charter schools rely on third-party IT support firms. These are contracted out, and it costs a lot of money to bring them in to fix the, hey, my printer's broken kind of problems and things. And so to require the use of these or third-party IT support resources to deploy something like this could be a little bit challenging or costly. And that's a cost that would need to be understood as we would move forward. One of the other challenges in this space is that many of these third parties IT support services offer different versions of these kinds of programs at cost for the, and so they might be less inclined to want to help move you over to a free version of this program and things. But the last challenge that we run into often is just getting the word out. Like I mentioned, it's tough for us to contact and know who the latest contacts are for every single charter school out there. And so whatever communications mechanism, great presentation, by the way, that you have for outreach and helping get some of this word out is kind of why I'm here to present a really great opportunity to get on board with some great cybersecurity tools, to have a backstop of cybersecurity capabilities that you can rely on to help with incident response. Something weird's going on, you give us a call. We jump in and we look at the traffic with you. Those kinds of services are now totally possible and funded through the state. So
exciting.
That's great.
any questions? I put on the slide that I'm a highly skilled professional in cybersecurity. If there are other cybersecurity questions that you have as well, I'm happy to sit here as long as the board feels that it's appropriate and answer those. But I hope that gets you back on track and
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's so great.
How do we like move the water to the end of the row on this? I don't know.
Well, I think we definitely, I would say, first thought is our monthly directors meetings, just one, getting the general information out. And then my guess is we would need some follow-up, just more detailed information. Because
So
as we put this
what I
out,
can provide, and if you, I'll leave here if it's okay with contact information for somebody that I can interface with here. But what we'll provide is all of the program details, the fine details, which it's pretty much what I've talked about. There's not a hidden gotcha anywhere in there, but it requires some forms to be signed and some processes to be followed in order to onboard and to issue licenses. And you've got to figure out how you're going to implement those and some of those things. But those are all assisted services as well. The Cyber Center, our folks up there will be on the phone, helping you figure out how to deploy it in a meaningful way and such. But getting that to your directors would be great. I'm even willing to, if it comes down to it, to go and present at those types of meetings and answer questions if that's helpful. It will save us a lot of time, but in the end, like our previous tools, we will end up calling every single charter school independently if we have to, but it's painful for us to do it that way. And it's tough to know who the right person is. A lot of times those are very different people than last week or last month or whatever. So any assistance that this body can provide to us, we appreciate.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah,
Great.
and I can say from my own experience as a charter school director, it will be 2 a.m.
Yeah.
That is going to happen. Just based on the.
This is tough because like you don't even know you have a problem, and then all of a sudden you have a
Until it's
huge
so
problem.
big.
It goes from 0 to 100.
That's right.
And it's just very, can
That's
be so
right.
disruptive. Yeah, this issue.
And a lot of these tools can detect this way early. If they're properly managed as well, they can actually prevent a lot of these types of attacks right in those initial phases. And so very valuable tools.
Yeah.
It's such, so.
This is one of those areas where I thought with the shared resource center,
Yeah.
an individual who collectively understands, you know, the collective resources, so there's a point of contact that can meet with schools and just go through this stuff and allow for that communication piece to be bridged. I just took some notes of just understanding those resources that are available for charters and deploying that
Yeah.
effectively through your communication through that individual. I could see speaking to the water at the
Yeah.
end of the row, I could see that being a very, very effective way of doing that.
Agreed, agreed.
So-
Excellent. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you for coming here. This is a great place to begin
Absolutely, my pleasure.
to begin the battle cry.
Hope to be here more often. We'll talk cybersecurity whenever you need.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, board, I'm thinking we could use a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, I'm just gonna talk with Director Hutchings. We're gonna potentially adjust the agenda. Vice Chair, what is your time that you need to leave today?
Well, I mean, at the very like
publicly in our meeting, and then we'll move into having just a celebration lunch. After lunch, we will come on back, move into our board committee reports as needed. With our leadership elections for our board. And then into our, there's a few other discussion and action items on the agenda for the afternoon that then we'll follow suit. So we're just kind of switching things around just so we can have lunch a little bit early. Vice Chair has to exit out. We want to be sure to celebrate and honor appropriately. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn this over to you, Director Fillmore, if we could. And then I think we also have some guests here as part of this presentation today. So I'm gonna turn it over to you to learn more about the literacy coach allocation.
Thank you. I think you guys should have received like a written
We did.
outline of this. So good. Yeah, so the legislature allocated $1 million to the state charter school board. That compares to $15 million for school districts. That $1 million was to come to the state charter school board for distribution to charter school to assist with early literacy. This was part of Senate Bill 241, which is the revised statewide literacy plan. So here's our proposal. We take that money, we essentially allocate it to the Charter School Resource Center, where they also have startup funds, as they're getting going. And that they will use that money to hire probably 10, but somewhere up to 10 statewide literacy coaches that will then be assigned to the state's charter schools to train their teachers. We would partner with the Center for the School of the Future, is like the proposal we have in mind now, for training. There are not a ton of people that are trained as trainers of science of reading. So we would kind of need to be creating these as we go. So the Center for the School of the Future is here for that. And then each one of those coaches would be assigned different schools statewide. That's the proposal. To give you the background, again, we got the money. That bill requires us to coordinate with other authorizers on the distribution. So there are in fact 3 other authorizers that authorize schools that serve grades K through 3. Salt Lake City School District, which authorizes open classroom. Weber State University, that authorizes the Weber State Charter School, which is just a small kindergarten program. And then Cache County School District that authorizes the Edith Bowen Laboratory School, which is also at Utah State. So they've got a good relationship already with the Center for the School of the Future. So we reached out to all of those authorizers. We were not able to connect with Weber State. That's not a huge bother because they only do kindergarten. And that's not really where this literacy thing comes into play, right? The assessments don't happen in kindergarten. We would still provide some coaching resources to their kindergarten teachers, but it would be comparatively very small. But we did coordinate with schools authorized by the different authorizers and the authorizers themselves. And we have general consensus on this approach. So the distribution, instead of breaking up $1 million and farming it out to schools, where a normal sized school would receive maybe $10,000, a bigger school like Director Marshall's school might receive like $25,000. But even a very big school, like American Preparatory Academy or Ascent Academy, right, with multiple campuses and more than 1,000 affected students, would really receive like maybe $50,000-$60,000, which is really not enough to hire somebody internally to be able to do the work. So there is, I think, broad consensus and understanding among the schools and the authorizers is the best approach is to centralize the resources and then distribute that labor rather than distribute dollars. So those shared coaches, we think, aligns for the long-term investment. This money is ongoing, but I will say that it's also insufficient for charter schools. We got 1/16 of the money allocated to us, even though we have about 1/8 of the students. And so we'll be seeking additional making an argument that charter schools deserve a share of the funding that is commensurate with their share of enrollment. I think that will be a persuasive argument, and it will probably not be hard to find an additional $1 million or so to fund this on an ongoing basis. But the truth is, we don't need that money this year. Because it's going to take a little bit of time to get it going. So I kind of covered this slide already, but we envision that those coaches would be assigned to maybe 10 or so schools apiece, depending on school size. But that they get in, they work with the directors on coordination, they would provide training to the teachers, they do data analysis, really helping those people on the ground understand what their data is showing them, what the needs are, how that they can approach those needs using the science of reading as the statute requires. And then we'd also look to build capacity in those schools through that training, right? We hope that by training the trainer, we can then train additional trainers at the school levels. This is ongoing money, but it may not last forever and ever. This program through Senate Bill 241 won't be fully implemented until 2030. Which is when the retention is supposed to take place after 2030. And I imagine that the legislature will look at things and perhaps make some adjustments. We'll see how things go. But either way, by that time, we think that using this model, we could have trained teachers in every school in the state, as long as they serve, right? We would envision that we would stand this up along with the State Charter School Resource Center, which is going to take a while. Right, we've got to hire a director for that position. We've got to get that thing going and incorporated, and then hire these teachers. So we imagine that these coaches will be hired mid-year. You'll see the results of that in the budget. That really means that $1 million can go a little bit further this year. I'll let the Center for the School of Future take over in just a minute to talk about what they envision from getting the people on, getting them trained, and then placing them at school during that training process. And then we would look for full deployment in 2027 with additional funding to fund, that full coverage for the full year. Okay, so go ahead. Who wants to talk for the center? This is go ahead.
Parker Fossa.
If that's good with you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Parker Fossa. I'm the director of the Center for the School of the Future at Utah State University. I also am in a faculty position, M.A. Jones Endowed Chair in the Department of School of Teacher Education and Leadership. My background happens to be in literacy, so I'm quite professionally connected to this topic and also personally very passionate about what happens in early literacy instruction. I will say over the past 20, 30 years that we've been engaged in Utah in varying roles in early literacy, we've had some pretty significant positive impact on student learning, which is always our target as we engage in these kinds of efforts. So we enter this opportunity with the state charter board, should you choose to proceed with it, with a commitment to produce a differential outcome improvement in student learning as a result of the kind of coaching that happens in the schools. One of the targets of these kinds of efforts is to build greater capacity and expertise at the local level. So that would be a focus of our work with the coaches to help them develop expertise that they can then help teachers develop and improve on. The state's goal under SB 241 by 2032 was 80% of third graders would be reading on grade level. If you look at the literature, we really should be at 90%. So that's all. Our goal is always 100%. We know there's some conditions that students come in with that might limit that. So we do have some goals for student learning that are pretty robust. The first thing we would do with the coaches that were selected would be to establish what their knowledge base already is around the science of reading. So in our proposal, we represent that as the first session, establishing a baseline. And then while we've identified topics to address in the training, we also know that might be modified based on how deep their knowledge already is. We built this support system to encourage these coaches to be connected during the training with one charter school. So each of them would have an assignment in the charter school where they're practicing their coaching skills, and we would provide coaching for them and feedback on what we're seeing as they're applying this. I will say the biggest challenge we probably have right now, not just in charter schools, but probably in traditional public schools as well, is how do you take knowledge that teachers have developed, deep knowledge, declarative knowledge around science of reading, and help them actually translate that into instructional practice. So this training program has a heavy emphasis on making sure the knowledge is there, but also a heavy emphasis on how do I apply this to actually produce an outcome for children. Anything else, Lincoln, you want me to address or board?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still just most interested in just getting the water to the end of the row. How do you deliver this so that everybody can benefit from it? Lincoln talked about this just a little bit, but I'd love to have you elaborate on it.
Yeah, I'm assuming by end of the row, you're meaning what, 150 charter schools
Yeah.
that are authorized by the state charter board.
Right.
You're probably, I think Lincoln is very wise to be thinking about expanding funding and expanding the numbers of this over time. So we can get the initial investment going and the expertise starting to move out into the schools. But I think your numbers will need to go up a little bit in terms of coaching long term. Probably at least, ideally one coach per school, depending on size. That's a big ask at this point. What we can do at this point is say, let's get the water started down the ditch, and then we can get it out during the training to 10 schools. And then once that training's done, it's up to the board to decide how many schools will each coach go out to, and is that going to work? Is that going to be sufficient? We can give you our suggestions at that point in our report at the end of the training on what we would suggest, but it's a start, and that's what we're really needing right now, is a start in the ditch.
Parker?
Yeah.
Can I just offer a comment on that as well?
Sure.
The OLAG just, David Florish, Associate Director for the Center. OLAG just put out a report 2 days
OLAG is
ago.
the Office of the Legislator Auditor General, and they gave an audit report yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it came out and they looked at K-3 reading across the state. And one of the elements that they looked at was pre-service training. How are we preparing teachers? Are they ready to take employment and to move learning results in terms of reading? That was one factor. The other was coaching. So SB 127 that was enacted in 2022 hired a number of coaches at the state level to work in lower performing LEAs around the state. Well, their finding was that wasn't particularly impactful. And so the reason I asked if I could step up was just to note that, well, how do you, Eric, as you were saying, how do we get it from what has been to what needs to be in terms of learning results? And so having looked at that proposal, I think it's actually looking at how do we take what we've learned about coaching, and even in the state of Utah, and turn it in such a way that it actually produces the kinds of learning results that we want to see. And so there's a lot of slips between cup and lip in terms of doing this. And the plan is really designed, as Parker was saying, to help teachers, coaches in the first year focus on building capacity and capability within one school, but then scaling from there across other schools. If you inundate them with a lot of schools right off the bat, they may not grow up into the kinds of coaches that you need because they're overwhelmed with the amount of tasks that they have in the number of schools. And so the plan is to work with them in a school, get them prepared, and then a second follow-up year to provide some supports so that they're really skilled. Because again, we've got 3 to 4 years of data now in our state that's captured in that report that coaching hasn't been particularly impactful in terms of moving learning results. So it has to be done differently.
Let me address that. So I think having been on the state science of reading expert panel over the last several years, along with Dr. Dole, who's sitting behind me, one of the challenges that we noted early on with the coaching model that was being used in that initial implementation was that the coaching seemed to be focusing on general coaching skills. What we're suggesting in our proposal for the charter schools is that these are science of reading coaches. They're taught not just how to coach adults, but they're taught how to coach up impactful reading instruction. And that was one of the missing elements in the implementation on SB 127 was a lot of general coaching was going out. We didn't feel like that was what was going to move reading outcomes. The reading outcomes are moved by teachers who really understand the science and what we know works, and then being able to implement that in the classroom. And these coaches will be trained to do that.
I think part of what would be responsive to Eric's question is what you talked to us about in like, you know, you mentioned going to your, the USU Center at Taylorsville, bringing all 10 of these people in over a series of meetings that we might do weekly or every other week. A robust training program, and then as they're going through that process, assign them to a specific charter school to develop that practice, and then bring that practice back for further training, so that over the course of this year, kind of get them to the point that David talked about.
Yeah, and it gives you a resource as a state charter school board to say, okay, now we've got a cadre of highly skilled people who can help us, and we can determine how to animate that expertise more broadly across the system.
So in some ways, it's really seed money, then, isn't it?
It's a proof of concept.
Proof of concept and seed money.
Well, and I think if I'll pass it to you in just a minute.
No, please,
I think one of the strengths, and this is potentially where the resource center could come into play too, is that we have to be so thoughtful about the coach that we pair with the particular charter school and their model. I think about my own experience as a Montessori director, right? The coach that's chosen to come into my school that would be critical, because understanding the philosophy and the curriculum ideals of that school and how that school is engaging in reading instruction to match then the science of reading. I think that's where even maybe the power comes into play, as we can be so strategic, right? This coach has 10 schools that align with their philosophies, so then they're able to walk into schools and build the relationship. And again, I'm speaking from my own experience, but you can have the most amazing coach, and if you don't have a relationship with that teacher when you're trying to go in and give them tools and tips, and when they feel most vulnerable, especially around kids learning to read, it will not be received well. And so then we already have a roadblock. So the relationships matter, the context matters, really being thoughtful about who is being brought in to be a coach. And that's where potentially, again, I think the resource center along with you could really help them think about, you've got a pool of 10 coaches, and then what is their area of expertise and their passion place? What schools are they going to be the best match for?
Stephanie, that's really one of the, in my mind, one of the first things that's really key is what you're saying is, how do we get the right people?
Yes.
And what sorts of hard skills and soft skills do they have, along with coaching and content knowledge about science of reading? It's a complex package of things that you're looking for. And so, Lincoln, when you and we talked earlier this week, one of the things that you mentioned is how we even select for the right people, because if you select for the wrong people, the training program now is really set back substantially. If you get the right people, you get them connected with the right schools, then from the very beginning, you've got a very good start. And then the training follows that. But I couldn't agree with you more on that topic.
Yes, I agree. And I actually just read an op-ed yesterday from a colleague of mine. Ironically, he's an economics professor at New York State. As you were talking about Weber being included in this, and he was talking about just reading and the current state. We all know, right? 55%, that's it, right, of our kids are reading on grade level, which means 45% are not. That's significant, and it's not just in this time where we're talking so much about workforce and career readiness, and if our students cannot read, right, we know that won't make a difference. So I think that this is critical. And I will say, even as I was thinking about the feedback that you received, Stacy, at the conference, this could then be, math is not too far behind, right? In terms of the math, significant early math intervention that's going to be coming in. This again could be a great model for then how are we really targeting some of these really critical life skills that students need. So I don't know, that's where my brain is. I think that it's important to build the capacity, as you were saying, the coaches then to make a big difference.
For what it's worth too, we've also had good relationships with the RESAs that are out there around the state. And so the model that you've adopted now to do the same for the charter schools, I heard your meeting on that and I thought, well, that's fantastic
Oh, yeah.
that you're doing that. And so, but we do have good relationships with them too, and have worked with them in the past on previous projects in terms of those service agencies.
Go ahead.
I guess, so this feels to me like agreement that it's important, agreement that early reading literacy is really helpful to kids. My questions, I think, are of a similar ilk. Charter schools approach reading, I'm not an educator, many of you are, but they probably approach reading and just this in from different perspectives, right? A Waldorf school is going to approach this maybe a lot different than a direct instruction versus classical versus, you know, whatever. And are you bringing one recipe to this that everybody has to follow that despite their school, or not? Let me ask that question.
What we're bringing that's foundational to this is the knowledge base that undergirds how you learn to read. That includes cognitive development. It includes instructional skill sets that need to be in place, how to stage different elements within the sequence of grades. Obviously, the state has very specific goals on what kids need to have coming out of third grade in this area. The knowledge base is set, so there's no uncertainty around what we know. The challenge is, how do we apply that? So in response to your question, I would want, probably wouldn't matter which school I'm working with. I would want the school to understand, here's the things we know work. And you may animate some instruction nuances differently, but the knowledge base is pretty well set. And I need to align my practice with that.
And I would want to add that that is not the center's approach. That is what the law requires.
Yeah.
Right? The science of reading
Yeah.
is named in the law. So that is the standard.
So could I follow on that too? That the science, as Parker is saying, is pretty clear about early childhood reading K-3. But when it starts to bifurcate or fan out is different when you start to get to the point that a child can actually read. Now are they going to be reading classic literature? Or what's the various ways in which you're going to now take that reading skill and raise it up in terms of the kinds of content that they read and the approaches that use? But the
Learning to read is going to be pretty stable.
is pretty stable. How you learn, how you read then after that, what you read, and how reading becomes a part of your broader school's mission, then can be more custom fit to address the mission of the school. But the early parts of it, as you're saying, Parker, is that it's K-3 is pretty clear what the science is saying.
But I think am I hearing then though that, because you all have tremendous, I mean, you're data driven and you've got tremendous focus on this, right? And I think you're coming here because you feel the data supports that your approach moves the meter. I think that's what I know about you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't use the term approach. I would say the science behind what we do is pretty well established. So
I guess what I want to ask the educators around this table is, does everybody agree that the science, like, it's just, this gets to be, I just don't want to force schools into something that they just don't feel it resonates with them.
Yeah, so we've incorporated a lot of the science of reading, and it's law. So, schools across the state are now doing it. And I would say that the process of learning and the science behind reading is really what they're kind of emphasizing. And you can fold.
Yes.
Exactly.
Charter-
That's what I was thinking.
I see what you're saying, and I see the concern.
Yeah.
Like, will this model fit in all of these different buckets? And I would say the foundational elements are there, and it gives schools the flexibility to incorporate, a direct instruction model or, a Montessori model. But foundationally understanding how do you get kids to read and incorporating those elements into your instruction. What I heard and I love and I think is true, when you get down to the teacher level, you can instruct a coach to coach how to read,
you can get the teachers to meet in PLCs to learn how to do this. Getting it to the teacher to actually implement that in an effective way.
Let's get into the
Really
brain.
what they're trying to get at. And,
Yeah.
and it's true that that has been the challenge. If you can incorporate those fundamental elements collectively through charters throughout the state, yeah, I think there's a lot of power, but I hear what you're saying. The fundamental science behind it, that the elements are there, you can fold that into lots of
Yeah.
construction.
And that's kind of what I was thinking too, is just that you can sit in a room and do it, sit on the floor. I mean, different schools do different approaches, sit in different, and you can also have things that you talk about or what your
approach it.
how you approach it. And I think there's very much room for them to keep their uniqueness while they're using this. And that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, it's a,
Jan Dole.
oh, yes, Jan Dole. So I'm with the Center for the School of the Future as well, and I'm a distinguished research fellow, actually. You asked a really good question. And I think what you've all said is exactly right. The model is, the science of reading is not a model. Right, it's not a model, so you can't say, well, here's this model and we're gonna, and by law or whatever, it needs to be implemented in all this, it's not a model. Okay, but it is a way of thinking about how to teach children based on how all children, all of us learn to read, that's all. And so there isn't any reason why we can't, there's no reason why adjustments cannot be made at a school level and will be made based on the teachers, based on the principal, adjustments are gonna be made. And so knowing the science of reading and having that foundational knowledge is not going to limit what teachers can do in their classroom. With rare exceptions, there are a couple of things that have come out nationally that just are very ineffective. But frankly, my own understanding is we don't have that problem in Utah. There are other regions of the country that really do have that problem, where what they're doing is very inconsistent with the science of reading. But I don't see that in Utah. And I obviously haven't been to all the charter schools, just been to a few, but my observation is that we don't have to worry about that. So that's not something that I would really worry about at this point in time. I really wouldn't. Like I said, the big thing to understand is it's not a model that you take and put in classrooms. If it were, then what you're addressing would be a serious issue, really.
Can I add to, one thing that I really appreciate about their approach is they're going to be using the science of reading and the letters training that so many of our teachers have gone through now. They're gonna build on that, not say, okay, now we're doing something different, because teachers hate that.
Yeah.
So I love that they're building on what they've already been trained in and expected to implement. And we will have some very high quality coaches to go out and help train the coaches at the school. And I just really, I love the vision that Lincoln has brought to this. Instead of, we could have just given a little money to every school that wouldn't be very effective. And, we couldn't really show anything for it. But with this vision of having these coaches, we talked about, making sure that we're hiring the right coaches. And we would want to make sure with this money that's assigned to charter schools that there are coaches that understand there will be very different models that they'll be working in, and that the science may be the same. I think coming from charter schools that can be very different, it is very helpful to have someone who's coming to teach you that at least understand your model and respect it. And so part of what we will want to do with our literacy coaches is help them learn about the different models of the schools that they're assigned to, and find ways to make those connections, even if it is the same, as far as what they do for coaching. When they're working with people, they're going to need to make those connections as far as understanding and promoting the mission of the school. And I think really, again, to the long-term vision of this, this has such great, and where do we want to be at the, in the end? This has such great potential for charter schools to say, look, legislature, USBE, you have identified a need that we have in the state for literacy, K-3 literacy, and for us to take and run with it and offer such high level support to schools to our charter schools, that in the end, we will hope, my hope for all of this is that we can look at the improvements that charter schools have made. And in different innovative models, maybe there are slightly different approaches that we discover are more effective in reading, and that we can contribute to the science of reading and to what we're learning about helping kids with early literacy in taking this program and putting it in different kinds of models, learning from that, and then sharing it with the district, sharing it in the state, sharing it in other places. I think I'm just really excited about the potential that charter schools can really take the lead in an area that has a lot of focus on right now and has been identified as a high need in the state.
There's one other thing I want to add, just in terms of the research. The research is generally mixed, some positive, but it's not completely positive. And one of the reasons is if you actually are in schools and you watch how coaches are assigned, not every coach that goes into a school has the requisite knowledge and understanding and application as well to be able to effectively make changes in the school. Okay, and if we look at 127, actually 127 provided, I think, like something like 25 coaches for the lowest, the bottom schools in the state. And what happened was there were very, very mixed results. Our guess, we don't know, but our guess is that those mixed results result from the fact that some coaches were not really trained properly. We want to give the best training so that our coaches are top tier coaches. And those are the ones then that will work with the charter schools in terms of implementing this down the road.
Ultimately, and simplifying, the only type of coaching that's of any value is coaching that gets results, right? So if you're coaching and you don't get results, then that's not good coaching. If you've got coaching that gets good results, but it results in harmful relationships, that's also not good. And so it's those things together, simplifying it.
Agreed.
So the ask here is direct staff to engage the Center for the Future and bring a formal proposal for the partnership before the board for approval. Is that what will be?
No, I don't think we need a vote.
I think what we're looking for today is this the direction you'd like the staff to move? Right? In working with the schools and the other authorizers, this seems to have consensus that would be the best use of these limited resources.
Okay.
If we had more money, we might take a different approach, but with this amount of money, I think this would be the best use of that. And we want to hear from you, and whether or not you take a vote, probably certainly not on the Center for the School of the Future. There are purchasing rules and things like that we need to follow. But I think we probably would like a formal way to say, yes, move in this direction.
Thank you, that's good.
Can I speak to that just briefly? I, in your proposal, I think you said it really well, fracturing all the money up and giving it to individual schools. With the limited resources you would get as a school, it just would not, it would not distribute the way you want it to. And as you proposed it, and I kind of read, this is the gap. This is a significant gap in the charter space.
And that because schools really can't afford to hire a person like this on their own.
Absolutely.
It's why we have a resource center.
This to me is a very, very powerful and strategic way of utilizing the funds in a very, very.
So, Member Marshall, would you like to continue on that and could you entertain a motion?
To, I don't know how to formalize this specifically of what we're asking.
So here's some language. That you would authorize, I put resource center here, but the staff and the resource center to use this $1 million appropriation to establish and administer the statewide literacy coaching initiative And that's what I titled the paper that I sent out to all of you, so kind of that serves as the initiative. Okay?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to authorize the State Board of Education or effectively
Our staff,
our staff.
the
Got it.
Yeah.
board staff.
Yeah.
The board staff,
The charter board.
Sure, yeah.
our board staff,
There we
the
go.
staff to establish and administer a statewide literacy coaching initiative.
Member Bassett?
Yeah, an enthusiastic second.
Great, excellent. Any other discussion, board members, on this motion?
Thank you.
So those of you in education, this is the right thing.
This is so exciting.
I would agree.
Jumping up and down.
And
This is huge.
I so appreciate the discussion about the research, you all know about that, and I would just say anecdotally, which from the teachers that I've talked to, the school directors I've talked to, folks that have gone through the science of reading training, and that are, for example, I have connections to Montessori, and they've resonated with it, and I would think teachers that I've talked to feel empowered with the knowledge, right? To your point, it isn't, it's not a detriment, or it actually, and that's where, and this is where I get passionate as an educator myself. We are brilliant people as teachers, right? So providing us the science that allows us then to do our job so much more powerfully. And then we add our context of our particular school, our space, but the science gives us the power. And then as teachers, we feel empowered because, and I'll say it again, we are brilliant people. So that's just a comment I wanted to make on that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. And you can see here to authorize our staff to utilize the appropriation. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Excellent. So that is unanimous. The motion passes. Lincoln, we look forward to continuing to hear about this. Thank you all for being here today. We so appreciate, and I also appreciate the honesty around what, just what's out there in terms of the data, and then what we can do to build upon that. So thanks.
Thanks, you guys.
And thanks for working with us in this
Yeah.
way and providing this resource to us.
Oh, we're
Great.
excited,
Looking forward to this.
very excited.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you Pete, for being here.
Thank you very much. Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Keep in touch.
Best wishes to you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you so much. It was great to see
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, take care. Thanks.
Thanks, David.
There probably haven't been many charter school chairs that are looking people on the way out. That's. So I think that's a great segue to, we're gonna break for lunch here in a minute, but I think we want to take some time to acknowledge the impact. Gosh, I'm already crying, heavens. The impact that we all make when we choose to be in this space, when we say yes to being part of the board. It's been such one of the greatest gifts of my life. I've talked about that, about the impact that I have from working with all of you. One, because again, you are just amazing and intelligent and thoughtful, passionate, driven people. We also are making such a difference. And when we think about just the day-to-day, we get wrapped up into our lives and our own microcosms. It is very profound to be on this planet and know that we are making it better because of our existence and the work that we do with others. You both are incredible people. You have made my life so much better, as well as our charter school community. I have things to say about both of you, and we wanted to provide space for our board members as well. I'm just enamored by the humans that you both are, and what you've brought to us collectively. Why don't we start with Member Bassett, and then we'll move to Vice Chair. I just threw that out there because I looked at you first. We do have some gifts that we would like to share and embark on both of you. We also would like to provide a space for. We decided to do that in public space. Is that okay, Andrea? Are you?
That's fine.
Okay, great.
Just go grab it.
Okay, great, thanks. I'd like to provide a moment for folks to be able to share a comment or two, no pressure. But it is, and also to provide each of you a moment to say something. Member Bassett, I'm gonna pass it to you first, and then I'll open it up to board members, anything that you would like to add.
Thank you. So, in anticipation of a potential tender heart, I jotted down some things that I want to refer to. I am 8 years on this board, which is no small thing. If you would like to do the math of it, that's 20% of my life served on this board so far. And I feel that today. But to you all, I want to just say it has been an honor and a joy to serve Utah students during my time on this the Utah State Charter School Board. I am grateful for all of the many impressive people that I have been honored to work with and have met. I am proud of the progress we have made as a board and as an entity. And today is a perfect day to go out because we have these just wonderful innovation highlights. We look at the support we are offering our schools. We're looking ahead at a resource center and literacy initiatives. And that is the work that motivates me, and it is dear to my heart. So what a beautiful day and meeting. And I am hopeful for the future of Utah's charter schools and Utah's charter students. I see that we are in such a good place and only upward and onward from here. So thank you for this opportunity. I love you all. And I also lead with heart, Chair Spiker, and I'm not of that. So thank you for having me, and thank you for all the lessons that I've been given here. Appreciate you.
20%. Significant. Why don't I'm going to share some gifts, and then that'll give board members a moment if there's anything else that you would like to add. Okay, Member Bassett. You would like to come on up so we could formally present this with you. We have a card coming here in just a second. So there's a big bag for you. And we have that's what we'll have money coming. I think the card is coming. We also have a gift certificate to a spa. Because just want you to have time for you, and we know how hard you work. And how selfless you are. Just want you to have time for you.
Thank you. Just fill my hands. Yeah.
There we go. So let's give it up for and I think board members have some comments for you as well.
Is it okay if I start?
Yes, please do.
Well, I'm gonna say Crystal.
Yeah.
Crystal, it's been absolutely honored serving with you. Crystal and I have been on the oversight committee. I think what I would say is I love Crystal's heart and her perspective. I love that you think of rural Utah. That's so important to me. My wife and my mother are from rural communities. I love your honesty and your approach. I love just the way you considered things. And it's just been a pleasure to serve with you. And I am so excited for what you're doing in the community and just wish you all the best. An absolute privilege to know you. Thank you.
I just want to echo that and just add that Crystal is not the most talkative of our board members during board meetings. When Crystal has something to say, I listen. It always gets my attention because you speak when something is really important to you, when something's on your mind. You don't waste words about everything. And that gets my attention every time. So I appreciate your wisdom and your kindness. It's been a pleasure. So
I found on boards and in groups, there are people with different experiences and different expertise. And I always really appreciate hearing their point of view because it might be different than mine and so on. And I have very much appreciated hearing your comments and your thoughts about different things. And it has informed my thoughts and my opinions many times, and I appreciate all the time that you've given to making the school system in our state, in charters and publics, a great system.
I'd just say, to do anything for 8 years is pretty incredible. That's astounding. And for me as the newbie, you know, you come in with certain perspectives of how the board should run or what your role is supposed to be in all of this. And I would say for both of you, both as a director from years past to now serving on this board, you've given such a great example of what I hope to emulate and continue. And you just gave such a beacon for me to kind of look towards of what it means to be, you know, on this board and the contributions that you provide. So as a newbie, thank you for setting the bar high for me, and hope, you know, we can continue the legacy. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a decade, or so, and that kind of impact, and then what you're doing at a larger level across the state and your voice. Oh, would anybody else here today like to say?
I would love to. I just the care and the compassion that you have brought to our discussions and that perspective is so priceless. And I really appreciate you. It's really easy to get caught up in the data and the numbers and the rules. But what makes charter schools so unique and special is the heart behind the charter schools, and you have been the heart behind the State Charter School Board for years, and we will miss that. Yep. Promise you.
You're not going far, we know where you are. Wonderful. Next, Vice Chair Olson. We came on together during COVID, which seemed so surreal at the time. And as we're talking about swearing in new board members, we did that over Zoom, if I recall, and just how much has changed. As I mentioned with Member Bassett, I mean, and even we just saw that happen today. You are the yin to my yang. When I stepped into the role as chair, I was really, I was uncertain. It was, you know, it was unexpected. It came sooner than I expected. And I'm so gracious that you were willing to step into the vice chair role. It allowed me to grow and thrive. And I think for us to continue to push our work forward. Of course, I have so much more to say. Let me,
I need to speak to this. Can I speak to it?
yeah, I think why don't we start with this in the bag and then we'll do plaque and final.
Well, I don't want to, yeah,
No,
to the
yeah.
gift.
Yeah.
Eric,
Okay.
this was my idea.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, you're not really gonna like it or you're really not. It has nothing to do with education. It has something to do with you.
Wow.
I love it. I have to say, this is the single coolest Lego I've ever seen in my life. I saw this store
amazing.
and there are
This is
four
one
of
that
these.
my boys don't have.
Do you have, there are four that I know. There's a McLaren, a Honda, Mercedes, but I thought of you because of Italy.
We don't
With
have
the
a Ferrari.
Okay, I'm thrilled
We have
about
a
it.
wall covered with Lego cars.
Okay, I didn't know that, but I'm
But
thrilled.
I don't have this Ferrari.
So this is gonna set the tone
So-
for heading to Europe and give you something to do while everything else is packed.
No, I to hedge,
You're so.
because I'm an investor, to hedge, there's a receipt in there, you can take that.
I don't need the receipt.
Okay, well, I'm excited to hear that you have others of those, and hopefully that will add to your collection.
That's very kind, thank you.
So we're so, Okay, I'll leave that for here.
So nice.
Back,
That is so kind.
and then
Thank you.
we are forever changed.
Definitely, boss. Thank you so much.
Oh
Appreciate
my
it.
gosh.
Quick picture.
Oh, okay, great.
Now, today's my 29th wedding anniversary. Oh. You have these flowers above my.
Board members, other comments, things we'd like to share with Vice
Hey, can
Chair.
I just say something really quick? So,
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, please, I'm heard it, because I get
so,
overwhelmed by the list.
so the beauty of a board is we only function as a board, right? We don't function individually. And I love that. I love that we can speak with one voice as a board, but at the same time, a board wouldn't function without all of the different gifts and talents that everybody brings to the table. And this is such an incredibly talented group. As have been all the boards, all the members of this board going back the time we've been on it. So thank you. It has been a pleasure and honor serving with all of you. The other thing that I've just loved is the amazing team that we have. And today was just such a great example. I just love this. This is what I've been talking about. It is having opportunities. I mean, we heard from Amy and Brendan and from Lincoln, Stacy today. It was great. And we hear from others all the time, but we have the most incredible, deep team here. And man, I so appreciate all the work that all of you have done and continue to do. It's taking us great and amazing places. So thanks to all of you. One other thing, this was on my mind, it's been on my mind lately, and I mentioned this to Stacy in our authorizing committee meeting the other day. In my new job, I had some training recently, and it was kind of interesting. Being a bunch of lawyers being trained by other lawyers. There are many reasons lawyers get a bad rap. One of those is that we're no people, we're not yes people. We're the ones who are always telling people, no, you can't do that. And it was funny is in this training, the message was we can't be those kinds of people. We need to be yes people. We need to be, okay, that's an interesting problem, but yes, we can do it and let's figure out how. That's who we need to be. And certainly we as a board, we say no to lots of people, and we have to. We can't say yes to everybody when new applications come in. But when we have schools that we authorize come to us and propose something, hopefully in most instances, we can say, yeah, you bet. Let's figure out how to do it. I just hope we can continue to be a supportive authorizer. We've got the great team to be able to continue to do it. I have so much confidence in what will be accomplished in the future as we do that. So anyway, those are just some quick thoughts that I have. But thanks, everybody. It's been a pleasure and honor serving with all of you.
Thank you. Any other comments for Vice Chair? Please.
I so appreciate you, Eric, and one of the things that I have valued, you know, the joke is that I am quiet, but you articulate so often the thoughts that I have, and you beat me to the punch. And I love the just leveled, solid way that you communicate. I appreciate that, and I have learned from you in that way. So thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Appreciate that.
Well, I would add, I am not a biologist or a expert in the sciences, but my simple understanding of the world is for any animal to do well, it's got to have a good heart and a good mind. And today I think we are honoring the heart and the mind of our board. And not that Eric doesn't have a good heart, because he's an outstanding character. But Eric, I have just so much enjoyed getting to know you. I will always just cherish our NAXA trips and driving to the beach. You're just and I have really taken mental notes of how you conduct yourself in our meetings, and you stand up and have a backbone when needed. And yet you always are listening, you're taking in information, you don't jump to conclusions. It's just been it's been a great thing to draft off of you, to use a racing analogy. In so many cases about issues that we've had to consider. So I'm thrilled for what you're doing. It takes courage to do what you're doing, to walk away from what has been decades of building a very successful practice I know this is an assignment, but it really is a form of service and a form of giving, volunteerism that you're now dedicating yourself to. And I just wish you and your family all the best with it. So excited. And I hope we can keep in touch, and I'm excited for you to go to those F1 races.
Thanks. I appreciate it very much. We'll always have an extra room if anyone's in Frankfurt. Chase me down.
I was gonna ask how your German is coming, so. I
No,
was
yeah,
gonna-
it's not coming fast
I
enough.
was gonna do this in German and see. how
Oh,
well-
No, I have plenty to do, so.
But to echo, I mean, you articulated exactly my thoughts when you talked about the yes component, although in the legal framework. You do such an exceptional job of framing up the direction and how things should be done, given the parameters that are established and set. And I think this meeting was a perfect example of going back to statute and saying, this is who we are, and this is what we do. And then saying, and this is what we're gonna do. And that example is tremendous for me. And I know our time is short, but if I were to articulate that component, the thing that you're thinking about in your professional development as a lawyer, I think you articulate that perfectly for this board, and hope that we can continue that. So
Thanks, Nick.
appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
Interestingly, the thing that I look to when you would speak is your charter background. Because it's a little bit different. It's a non-education charter background. It's a parent, it's a community. And I think you've been able to bring a lot of good thoughts to me from that background. So I do appreciate that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Agreed.
Appreciate that.
Agreed.
And I'd like to just, going from what Nate said, is a lot of what my thoughts were too, is especially while I was on the board, there were some times where I'm kind of waffling and I'm not really sure where to land. And then you would say something and you pull it from statute, from rule, from just wisdom that gave me the certainty of, yes, this is right, or yes, this is the right direction. And I really value that clarity that you would bring to my mind when in trying to make hard decisions.
Thanks, Stacy. Appreciate that. Thanks. Well, thanks, everyone. It's very kind of,
Gosh,
appreciate that.
and what a journey we have been on and we will continue to be on. And we all hope that when we leave a place, that we've made it better. Again, there is no question that the both of you have done that for all of us as individuals and for the larger work that we do. Okay, so with that, it is lunch time. Lunch is here. I know, Vice Chair, you're going to be exiting out for the remainder of our meeting today. When we do come back, I think that might be, we'll kick off with the appointment of our new Vice Chair, and that will be a great segue into our afternoon of business. Okay, thank you all so much, and we'll be back. Let's see, what time are we supposed to be back? One. Maybe let's see where we are in about half an hour. And then maybe we can kick out.
You like collecting a picture?
I would love that, actually. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, please, let's come on maybe in front. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your flexibility with our schedule. Let's go ahead and we'll just go and we'll start with some of the board committee reports. That's where we picked up, and then we'll move into the rest of our agenda. We did hear a little bit from legislative committee. Was there anything else you would like to add to your report? I know we've been busy replacing board members. So.
Yeah, no, we're right. You know, there's just a couple of things. And I mentioned it, I kind of mentioned this a little bit before, but I've had the opportunity to go to our new board members to see them be interviewed before the Senate committee and that one of the things, again, in the meantime, I had an opportunity to talk with some legislators, and I really was excited because thank you to Director Hastings and to Director Fillmore, because things are looking really good. And the comments back to me are vastly different than they were a year ago. It's really good. And so that's really great. And then, you know, being at the state board meeting, there was a couple things we're working on. There's some, I think we should mention this, there's some desire to have us, one of the board members present, not just staff, but a board member present in some cases when they talk about certain things, which might be very appropriate. And we talked to the people about that, and we said, maybe don't put it in board rule because we'll just do it. But I also talked to them about that would necessitate more time specific, because sometimes they put on their agenda and the plus or minus is like 4 or 5 hours. And so I said it would need to be a time specific. I said, I think people would be happy to be there, you know, it's just, we need to have time. So anyway, kind of talking, and maybe just they want us there. I think that's a thing to communicate to you. And then also, you know, Director Hutchings did a great job on that finance reporting. And afterwards, as I was leaving, well, I did mention to them, I said, we have a couple things, because she had put it, you heard her report, she had put it in her report. But I wanted to emphasize on behalf of the board that we have a very strong desire to have a stronger, and putting our time and resource, our money into having strong relationships with the state school board and with our schools and so on. And just to communicate that to them. And also we have a strong desire to put a lot of our resources into helping our member schools. And so I just wanted them to know that was our desire. And afterwards, one of the state school board members chased me down in the hall. She was so excited. It was very, very, very positive. So I was happy to see that. So yeah.
Awesome. It's all such great news. And we're planning to meet again in the next several weeks just to start thinking about our priorities as we move into next year.
Yes.
So. Finance Committee, Member Biesinger, would that be you?
Yeah, I can take that. And it's short. I mean, I think we approved in our last board meeting, we approved our budget for next year, and I don't think there's too much material beyond that. I would just think, though, as a board, we probably do want to be thinking about the following year, especially with FTEs. So that's something I think as we move into the fall and prepare for the legislative session. It is my sense that I think at least should consider that. And I know you can consider it, you still get funding for it, but I just, yeah, so on that front, just considering the budget, particularly the salary component. But other than that, I don't think we have any big updates.
Authorizing Committee.
If I could speak for that, I think that would be great. We actually had a good first experience using the new online hybrid application. And thank you to the board for approving the 2 that were submitted in the consent calendar. It also gave us, like I said, a good opportunity to try it out and find some areas of where we want to clarify the language, some questions on the application. And so Vice Chair Olson and I talked about those things and agreed that it's probably, even though it's a process, worthwhile that over the next few months, we'll go through and make some suggestions for some changes. And just slight like clarification of what we're asking, because with one of the applications, there was a significant confusion. And which we didn't anticipate. And but like I said, it's a good opportunity to learn from that. And so we'll be bringing some recommendations back to the board for that application.
That's great. And I mean, I think that's what we wanted too. We needed to live in it a season or have schools try and utilize it. And then that's great feedback for us. I'm sure they found things that we hadn't really thought about. Excellent, great. And I'll just put this out there. I know at times we've had our innovation committee, Amy, maybe based on the fact that thinking about this conference coming in the horizon, that might be a committee. Now that we've got new board members coming on board, we can bring that back to life so we can support you and those efforts and really thinking about innovation. And I would also say too, as we're heading into this next year, if there's a committee that you think that should exist, we have the ability, we have these standing committees, but we also have the ability to bring a new committee to our work. So I just put that out there for everyone to think about.
Are these our committees listed in our somewhere
They're in the bylaws. They are
in the bylaws?
Yeah.
Because maybe, I mean, standing committee you're talking about create a committee that's just for a specific.
Like an ad hoc.
For a specific amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. That we might think about. I'm even just thinking about the resource center, right? I mean, I don't know exactly, but that's where, just this maybe a 1 year. We need to really focus on board energy, and a committee work would help amplify that. Right. Okay. Well, it's lonely up here. So. Let's go ahead and move on to our leadership elections for our board. We need to vote on our new leadership roles. We do have 2 leadership roles, the vice chair and the chair position. We do normally do this at this time of the year, and at our June meeting, as we're then heading into our next year in August. If you recall, I think it was 2 meetings ago, we had put the call out to the board about both positions. At this point, and with Vice Chair Olson exiting, that definitely provided a vacant spot. There was, out of our board, there was no nominations submitted, either self or otherwise, for the chair role. I would be honored and humbled to continue to stay in this role. And knowing that we are a team. And we did have 1 self-nomination for the vice chair from member Biesinger. Director Hutchings, feel free to correct me on this as I'm going. With that, based on what we have in our bylaws, we don't necessarily need to take a vote because it is uncontested and it was 1 individual. So we have the ability to appoint member Biesinger to the vice chair role. We also want to, though, put it out to the board that at this time, if anyone is interested in either one of these positions, to voice your interest. I know, member Bassett, you're like, I'm at the door, y'all.
Never smiled so much.
Okay, so we take that as there's no comment. Director Hutchings, do we just, I'm just thinking of the language that we need to.
By acclamation.
Yeah.
I think like last year we made a motion.
Can we make a motion to
We
appoint?
did last year.
and by acclamation.
Yeah, okay. So I can say, I'm just gonna say, so we're appointing member Biesinger by acclamation to, or no?
One other question. Is it in our bylaws that you have to be reelected? So it would be the same process, but I'm just wondering if we
if we have to do that.
That's how I remember it. I don't know if that's in the one.
I think maybe we do need to vote at
So
point,
we would need to say
Say-
the same thing for your position
Yes.
as we would.
yes,
the vice chair.
exactly.
I'm inclined to think so because I think it's an annual.
Yes.
It is an annual.
It's an annual, so I think we need to do that.
Yes.
So
Yes, so
You
we,
could do both in one.
we could do both in one, or we could, and I think maybe I guess we could vote. Can we vote or?
yeah, we will vote.
I know I sound,
I make-
no, I'm
so
sorry, I don't sound.
I
as
would
confident.
make a motion that we appoint Stephanie as our board chair for the next year. And Clint Biesinger as the vice chair for the next year by acclamation.
Okay,
I like that. I'm remembering, and I can look it up, somewhere
Is that
to
right?
say anonymous vote.
oh, you're right.
But I think acclamation.
But acclamation.
Which is why I think that's the
Yeah,
best way to go.
by acclamation.
You just make that motion.
I think you did.
Make that motion.
Okay, great.
I'll second that.
Thank you, member
Yeah.
Michelle. So we do have a second, and, is there any discussion to that motion?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so I think we can all, or do we need to?
All in
Yeah,
favor, say
so
aye.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I know that was a little funky. That was weird. I just haven't done that. So, yeah, that's why I just feel a little, thank you all so much. And again, for, your confidence and member Biesinger, stepping into our vice chair role. That will begin now as of this meeting.
So go move.
You want me to go up?
Yeah, and I have to sit by you so I can kick you just in case.
Please,
Not really.
please do.
I know.
I need to be kicked.
No,
Wonderful.
just kidding.
All right, we got it.
Hey, welcome, and thank you. We're so excited. And for our new board members that will be joining, we're excited to, we'll have a full board for our August meeting, which is really exciting. And looking forward to that. I do want to point out, I know this is just more logistical. I had probably mentioned this before. I know it is not ideal. I will be joining that meeting, but it will be virtual. My husband and daughter are competing in the Leadville it's a mountain bike race. It's one of the hardest mountain bike races in the world. And it just happens to be that Saturday. So I am available. I will just be online. So I'm not totally like getting out and Dodge, you know, as soon as you end up. I know. As soon as you end up in a leadership role. We will definitely continue our work and really looking forward to that August meeting. Wonderful. Okay, so with that next, we have a discussion on possible action item. I think it's more going to be a discussion item at this point, I think, right, Director Hutchins? So if I'm going to turn it over to you just to talk about the National Charter School Institute Strategic Advisory Partnership Proposal.
So, per my request, I received a proposal just a couple of days ago from the National Charter Schools Institute. And I just, for your information, wanted to bring this proposal for you to review. I'll most likely have this on the agenda for a vote in the August meeting. And just to let you know that this proposal would help us to continue our work with the National Charter Institute. I feel like that relationship has been very beneficial to the board and to our staff. And so some of the things that we talked about as far as services they would provide are in this proposal. Just really quickly, strategic direction and organizational effectiveness. This will help us kind of continue with the strategic planning. We talked about with new board members in the fall wanting to do some strategic planning as a new full board, and they would help facilitate this. The next part is authorizing excellence and continuous improvement, helping us with our oversight systems and authorizing practices, particularly as we are working on our new accountability framework. We're finding there's a next phase in following up with our oversight practices that we would like to institute with their help in going forward and how we support our schools as we get the accountability framework in place. The next part is governance, development, and board capacity. And this is support can include orientation and onboarding for new board members, which will be very helpful with 3 new board members, governance resources, and facilitation of board activities like strategic planning and goal setting and things like that. Next, stakeholder engagement, strategic communications, helping us communicate effectively with our stakeholders and helping us create strategies to do that effectively. And so I don't know, I feel like when we had that strategic planning session with Jim and Mary in the fall, it was very effective. And we'd just like to kind of tie that up and actually create a strategic plan moving forward, especially since we kind of feel like we are moving into a new phase for the State Charter School Board. And I believe their experience and having talked to them, we went to the Bold by Choice conference and spent some time with them with Vice Chair Basinger. And I just feel like they are just really a good organization to learn from. And I think it's a wise thing as a, state. We're kind of a singleton here in the state.
Yes.
And to be able to have experts to help us network and to learn from other authorizers is really critical of being able to do our best work. And so I'm really just bringing this for you to take a look at, since I had just received it. I think it will be pivotal in our ability to move forward as a board and provide the proactive resources and supports that we want to provide to our schools. So give us the organizational structure to be able to do that.
Yeah, I had a couple questions, if that's all right.
Please.
How long would this take?
So what their proposal is, and this is kind of how I envision it, we talked about them offering about 24 hours a month that could flex. Some months we might need more or less time with them. But this proposal would be 24 hours a month, maybe just a little bit less for the next year.
So every month for 24 hours?
We would have time with them to get their support. So in different ways. And, for example, when they come and do strategic planning with us, that may be more than 24 hours. But other months we may have less. So they said they can be very flexible as far as how many hours each month, some months fewer, some more. I really see this as kind of they're helping us develop. And so having this amount of support for the next year will be helpful, and then maybe half that for the next year. And I think having a relationship with them in the future is going to be helpful, but hopefully as we become stronger and develop the framework that we need, then we won't need them as much.
I'm just, some of the thoughts that I had, just, definitely I see the need for the process. But whether or not we needed other people to do it for us, I guess I can kind of think both directions, but I just when they did before, I thought it was, a great process. I just wasn't sure. In some ways, it felt a little bit like outside thoughts. I don't know. I just thought, could we have just done this as effectively or more if it was us doing it?
Yeah.
And, for costs and whatever, I can definitely be influenced both ways, but those are some thoughts that I wondered about, it's like, I don't know, and I thought that when we had it before, I thought it was a very important process, but I just didn't know if we would have been more effective without their running it, with us doing it. So just throwing it out there.
And I will say, and I appreciate that, and that's really why I think it is, I wanted to present this to you to kind of look and see the menu of things that we had talked about that they could support us in, and then we can be a little more prescriptive in what supports we want to take advantage of and how much. And so it's really kind of an a la carte And if we decide we don't really need this at all, or maybe we only need, maybe they can help give us guidance to create a structure for the strategic planning, but we do it ourselves. And use more hours in another part, for something else. That's why I like how they developed it, so we really could use it for the things that we need and not be stuck with some, a really, you know, this is what we do and you're gonna spend so many hours, this and that. They're really being flexible to allow us to decide what supports we need for how much time.
Could I add?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's a really good point. I view, just like I think we've talked today about not wanting charter schools to feel like they're on an island all alone. I think we do well to kind of be able to hear the voices and gain the expertises around the country with some of those same themes. And in my time on this board, I've really come to respect that team, and Jim and Mary are kind of at the forefront of it, but I think they're thought leaders. I do think though we could look at kind of tweaking or customizing, because, you know, to honestly, if they come in, I show up to a board meeting, I'm like, okay, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? What are we doing? So it would be good, I think, just to lay some groundwork so that we can kind of, I think it was member Marshall that said, you know, now what? What's the what? Or, and so but I think as far as their perspective and kind of their ear to the ground, their understanding of themes around the country, just that expertise, I think we're well served to have that. And I'm a huge, you know, supporter of it. But as far as, you know, kind of maybe with the item 1 of strategic direction and organizational effectiveness, I do think that could be tweaked, right? I think that meeting was great, but it felt like they were coming to tell us things.
Yeah.
It might be nice
I
if they
think
came and
that's-
listened to us.
Yeah.
You know, next time. Not that they didn't, right? And that was probably done with maybe, you know, over time with staff or,
Yeah.
but I think that would
Yeah.
maybe help you feel a little
Yeah.
more like it
I think
was,
that's,
you know. It's always tricky because, you know, the charter school movement, state to state, has themes that rhyme, but it's very different. Because of state law and funding, all the factors, you know, demographics and age dynamics. So I think it would feel better from a board standpoint if that consultative process, you know, just started with a board-wide information gathering, where the version last time was very helpful, but it kind of just came, at least to our meeting, as this is what we're doing. And so that might
yeah, I think that's
be
well
helpful in the
said.
future.
That context is very helpful.
Yeah, just from historical knowledge, I can remember when we didn't work with them and then when and Christy, you probably remember the years ago when we had a retreat off-site. So we've had a relationship with them over several years, and I think that to your point, I think we can be more prescriptive in terms of what we're looking for, and then those direct outcomes of what we want by the end of the session, that we actually have some strategic goals written in a plan that we can work from, or, you know, that, and I can even see them being helpful as we're thinking about crafting the director evaluation. What are other tools that are out there that we can pull from, right? I mean, that network and their knowledge of the charter landscape nationally is very helpful. And I think that we can be more directive on what we're looking for. And also, remember, Pulsifer, to your point, I'm mindful about how we're spending our funds, who we're partnering with, and that we're very clear on the rationale and our why, so we can substantiate that it actually is providing us these tools so we can be effective in other.
That was another question I didn't bring up, was how much would this cost?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily see that in the correct proposal, which I'm again think, and as we were talking earlier today, that procurement process, and are there other organizations out there? I think we've had an experience with a couple different ones. I think I like the National Charter School Institute and what they bring. I appreciated that more so than any other company.
Super helpful. Thank you.
I don't And they have, and I will just say from, even without this plan in place or having a commitment partnership in place, they were very helpful to us over the last 6 to 8 months as we went through the director transition, just providing guidance and support, a listening ear, just without a, needing to write a check, right? So I appreciated that relationships matter, and this might just be a good way to continue to do that work. Thank you. Great, well, keep us posted. Okay, so we have two action items left for the remainder of our meeting today. We have two schools to review for their certification readiness to open, and Betty Jimenez is gonna lead this for us today. I'm just gonna go with what's on in order of what's on the agenda. So Betty, let's go and we'll start with Azure Fields, and then we'll move into custom class. Each one will have its own vote and action. Thank you so much. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you, Lincoln. Thanks for everything. Betty, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to you.
Yes, we have a slide. Thank you.
Okay,
Heather.
great.
So with Azure Fields, we're going under the Readiness to Open Rule 277-522. And so these things need to be in place in order for us to, and not us, but in order for the board to agree to have them open. So they have their adoption of policies done. They have their school calendar requirements completed. They have other compliance requirements, reporting requirements that have been completed. Their hiring requirements have been completed. Charter agreement requirements have been completed. School accounting system requirements have been completed. The student data system and reporting requirements have been completed. School finance requirements completed. The enrollment is significantly low, as in, I believe it's 7 students that are completely enrolled into their school. And so, we do have, I don't know, we do have, Carol Gregory here from Azure Fields. If you have questions for her or for me, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Well, I guess I'll start with the elephant in the room. I know we talked about this a couple of months ago. Well, not even 2 months ago, I think. Is that when we met last?
Yeah.
And there is no question, I think, of how much we want this to happen, right? I mean, and we're excited about your the mission and the vision. That enrollment requirement is definitely a key for us, right? It's a key to your financial success, whether we know that the students that are interested would greatly value from this experience, and we need it to be viable. I know we talked about some particular options and choices. We'd love to hear from you in terms of what you've experienced over the last 2 months since we met last, and what are you thinking in terms of and then board, we can open it up to questions from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to really shout out to my team for putting in a noble effort, and we've collaborated with UAPCS, we've collaborated with other successful schools, we've collaborated with members of the board. We've really, put a noble effort into getting the word out, and followed all the best advice that we could in getting that marketing out. And we've actually had a lot of great interactions in our community. And I think the word is still growing, and we're still gaining interest. And as we communicate and connect, within the community, we're still making gains, and being such a new and different option for our families. They got to sit with it a little bit longer. And so we still have a lot of future interest coming in, we have a lot of leads that never finish the enrollment. And so just cleaning up our processes as a school and evaluating, where can we improve that communication throughout that process, and making sure that we're supporting our families in getting to that end mark, as well as just continuing to engage with the community. We for every student that did make it all the way through, we still have 3 or 4 future students, younger students and younger siblings that families are still looking at and excited. So it's just a matter of continuing to grow. I think we're building momentum and it came a lot slower than we were hoping for or anticipating. And we're dedicated to continuing that momentum throughout the year if we get a deferment and planning on, we've got all of the things on our checklist done. So then being able to really lean into just marketing over the next year, getting the word out, getting the support from the community, working with our feeder schools, and trying to make sure that we have a close community.
Great. Secondary charter school work is really challenging.
Yeah.
And I could see the need to want to continue to build that momentum and interest. Questions, comments, or others?
And you guys' target was just looking over, it was 260, right? Have you thought about kind of a minimal number that could allow for you to operate open the doors and operate on a bare minimum standard?
Yeah, we looked really closely at that and a couple of different building options and kind of bringing those costs down. Looks at about 120 students, 90 to 120 is kind of where we need to get to. And we got a third of that with solidly interest, and then in the last couple of weeks, not getting that full enrollment to that point. We actually had 14 families that initiated the registration and 7 brought their paperwork in. And so that's what those numbers were. And we had, another 20 families that had started the application process, and having those conversations of it. I think I want to apply. I think I want to come. This is one of the options that my family's looking at. And I think, potentially looking at, in this deferment, we had 2 grade level bands that we're trying to fill. And we had a lot of families of like, well, what about my 11th grader? What about my 8th grader? And so, in this deferment, we'd be looking at opening 9 through 12, I mean, not 9 through 12, 9 through 11, honoring these families that are already on our list, starting with them. And I've been asking around with the USBE and verifying that, these students that already enrolled, they're already in our system and then can be our first group the next year as returning students. And so that kind of builds the momentum there that you've already enrolled, you already have a spot in our school. We'll just reactivate your enrollment when we do open the doors and kind of build from these families that we already have.
We'll talk about overall.
I have a,
Down.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No, please.
So I really have gotten to know this team and I admire them. There's probably just no question the outcome of kids, there's an element of disappointment to that. I do think in the coming years of the charter school movement of the state, I really do want to try to better contemplate, like, how do we create really good opportunities for schools that might end up being 100 kids to 250 kids? One of the frustrations I have, and I live in the world of finance, is the business model of a charter school is really all but been impossible to date, unless you have kind of that 300 plus kids. And I just think there's a lot of worthy opportunities. I think of the school that we gave the initial go ahead. They've come before us for 2 years, that is in Utah County and really focused on kind of a specific set of students and wanting to offer assistance and get them to be college ready. I've heard no more worthy application of that in my time. And they would be an amazing group if we could just figure out how to let them operate with 90 kids. I don't know what the solution is there, but whether it is some sort of shared facility component, that gets tricky. I know that has some hair with it, but just, I would love to just look. I just think there are so many worthy programs that will move the meter for families in our community that aren't necessarily built to be a 325 student school. And so many of these good folks that come through, they get savvy enough to know, hey, we need to present ourselves as a 300 and something student school to start, because that's what the state charter school board knows that we need to be. And so, I'm going off here on my soapbox, so I apologize for taking the time, but I just would like to, over the course of the next year, offer support in, for this demographic of school. Now, having said that, you gotta be above 30. I don't think there's a way to make that math work. Hopefully it can be 90, or 100, but, so I guess I just have some questions. My understanding is with the startup grant, you get a year zero allocation, which is 2/3 of that grant. And then you get a year one allocation, which is the last third. So Azure Fields will not get the year one allocation because year one means you're open. So they will have to operate this coming year only on the remaining funds they have, which I guess, I don't know, but they're probably fairly meager. This feels daunting, I'm sure. And I don't think there's anything we can do there. I think that is what it is. But I just want to make sure you're good with that and understand that component, Carol.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's some other components to this, but I just hope we can. I just hope there can be some sort of discussion about how to develop sustainability with some really great models that may not necessarily get to those bigger numbers.
I think one of the unique challenges with the high school space is just the sheer number of instructional individuals you need to meet all of the credits and requirements. And to your point, I think you can get pretty creative in that space, but at the end of the day, you need a teacher with an endorsement that can teach at least 21 to 24 credits worth of, 9 through 12 experience. And so when you step into the high school space, those costs just to operate minimally become pretty challenging. And I think that's honestly why you kind of settled into that, 230 to 400 ranges.
Right.
You got to fill a full classroom. You got to fill all of the credits. You have to make it so that those teachers are at minimum, as best you can, full-time. And then the number of preps that those teachers have. So I really thought about kind of that idea of a shared resource or a shared instructional teacher or something along those lines. But I'm just trying to think of, even with 90 students at a high school, it could be pretty challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The problem's easy to see, the solution not so much.
There you go.
But, we are a lab of innovation in this movement, and I just, I would love to, I just think it's important to try to look at this. So I think, as far as I appreciate, I think they're basically coming volunteering to defer. I think they've known this for a minute, and so they're not asking us for anything else. And so I think that's the task of today, and then there's still some work to do.
And I will say, and part of that, I will say, we have some ideas of some options to help them be able to possibly open next year. That we're working through, and we'll continue to work with them. I will say I've been impressed with the passion and the work that's gone into it so far. And I think if they can be successful, from what I've seen, they will be. But we are committed to help them look into some other options that might give them a boost.
Thank you.
Right, so we will need a motion that we are to defer the opening for Azure Fields for a year. And then, of course, this doesn't have to be part of the motion, but definitely work together with our staff to really help strategize and support you. But we would love nothing more than to see you a year from now. Ready to open. Would someone like to make that motion?
I can make the motion
Great.
that we honor the request for deferral. Is that kind of what or is that more of our
I like that. I think that works because that is the request today.
Request for deferral for opening Azure Fields High School. For the 27 school year,
No, 27.
27, 28.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you, Member Marshall. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Member Pulsifer with a second. Is there any other discussion regarding Azure Fields readiness to open? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. So we have deferred your opening for a year, and we really look forward to the continued work and brainstorming to bring this school to fruition.
Yeah, and I just appreciate the board and the office and the staff. We have been really supported in this whole process and continue to work with you guys and appreciate all that you do for our charter schools.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And thanks for being here. Today. Excellent. Thanks. Okay, Betty, I think we're ready for the next
So
one.
the next one, is custom class charter. I'm not sure if they're online. I believe Corey was gonna be online for this. They have, I'm sorry.
I can't do
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Are you there, Corey?
I am.
Okay,
Hey,
wonderful. So, they have met all the requirements. They are at their, 100% enrollment, so they're ready to go. They've been amazing to work with. So were you, Carol. I'm sorry. I didn't want to take you out, so. Both schools have been really amazing to work with, very responsive, very quick, just making sure that everybody is in line. And so I don't know if you have questions for Corey, but, he is the go-to person for his school. He's amazing. Their whole team is amazing.
Corey, is there anything that you would like to add for context or how you're feeling about opening?
Yeah, we're feeling great. We've got our staff fully hired, 18 teachers and all of our other auxiliary staff and directors are all ready to go. We're excited about the possibilities both for this year and the future. Our students represent counties all over the state right now, and have a waiting list of people who are also interested beyond the cap that we've been, given this year. So we're excited about how things are going, and we're grateful for the support both of the state charter board and UAPCS and some of the grant funds and other things we've been given this year to allow us to market aggressively and to hire on staff and services that have really helped us to get to this point so far and hopefully propel us to success in the future. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Board members, any questions, comments, or a motion?
I just have one comment. I admire this school. They've been so impressive from day one. I still remember the quality of their application, their presentation. I was wowed, and they continue to just hit it on all cylinders. And I'm really excited for the student experience that's I think is anticipated to happen here. I think that they really do want to customize the student experience to help them harness that. And so it's an exciting school, and looking forward to watching their successes.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other comments? Motion? Member Bassett, this could be.
You need to.
So, the motion would be to affirm their readiness to open. What else
Yes.
does it need to include? I mean,
Recommend.
Okay. I will make a motion. I'm happy to recommend custom class based on their readiness to open recommendations.
Excellent. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and a second from Member Marshall. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. Custom class, we are excited for your August opening.
Thank you so much.
And we are here to support you in any way as you continue to move into this first year. Betty, thank you.
Oh, you're
Appreciate
welcome.
your work on that. That was really.
That was my first time, so.
Well, this is good because next year we have a lot.
Yes. We have a lot.
That's good, as you're kind of priming the pump. So with that, board members, that does conclude our business for today. As a reminder, our August board meeting is August 13th. And just as we're looking ahead, just in terms of your planning, September is a big meeting. So in terms of just looking ahead for, August is big too, but also September is where we will hear new school applications. So that was just a good one to earmark. Vice Chair Biesinger, welcome to the executive committee. We're so honored and excited, and I'm thrilled to be able to work with you in this way. To everybody that's been here today, thank you. To all of our team, thank you. Thank you for putting together an amazing meeting. Member Bassett, it is time to ride off into the sunset. Okay, so with that.